CEO stand coming with the spoon, and your boy right at the South Bend. Projects on the beat.
To get your information, to the food to be confidential. Spoon, Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat your farm, gradually, my brother, to the spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's not about it. Spoon TV. It's not about it. Spoon TV. Spoon. Ba-da-ba-di-ba-di-ba. Spoon Skiddy-dee-dee-da-ba-do. Spoon Entertainment. Kua. Go to there. Go to there. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to the spoon.
A pleasant good evening and welcome to yet another edition of the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, Super 95.5, and Val our YouTube channel at Spawn Talk. Welcome and let's have a wonderful time together. As usual, the show promises to be very, very informative, very captivating, and entertaining as well. So my name is Yekezi Zwobel, sitting in this evening as your producer. Because once the CEO and his team of panelists join us, I turn over to them to begin some of the fascinating discussions that they have for you today. So don't go away. Stay tuned. Keep glued. That is if you want to be informed, if you want to be educated, entertained as well, then you have to keep following the Spawn Talk. But first off, we go to the lines to hear from you, our listeners and viewers. All you've got to do is to call us on our hotlines here and tell us what's on your mind. So the Speak Your Mind segment of the show gives you the opportunity to call in and speak your minds. Whatever is on your mind, you can speak it out now. I mean, not just whatever, but we're talking about trending national issues. We're not talking about your personal issues and all of that, issues confronting you in your various communities. Maybe you want to speak to some of the trending issues in the country, like the president's statement today regarding the sit-down demolition and eviction exercise. Well, I know a lot of people have been reacting to that statement, and I do know that a lot of you out there who want to speak to it tonight. But besides, there are a lot of other trending issues in the country that you may want to speak to, and of course your calls will be solicited here this evening to speak to those issues. So that is it. Welcome, and please help us share the show so others can join in to be informed, to be educated, and to be entertained as well. So let's go to the lines. The numbers are 0777 1075 0777 1075 0555 101075. When you call, you've got a minute. I think a minute is enough to make a contribution, based on the several calls that we have coming in already. So once you call, we give you a minute. So if you have something to say for 5 minutes, for 10 minutes, just summarize it to be able to say it in 1 minute. Because once the time elapses, we will cut you off and take another person, because everybody has to be heard. So let's go to the lines and speak to our very first batch of callers. So let's speak to this person. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Brother Yekezi. You have provided me once again. The need remain constant through EF Kamal this full talk evening. Brother Yekezi, in my mind, to then have to deal with the Senate and that of the House of Representatives. We voted those lawmakers from the various perspectives or locality or positions to represent or to give a proper representation. But these days, the TTP's legislators and that of the Nyombri Kanga senators, the pro-temperament, the Senate pro-temperament, Nyombri Kanga.
The Senate pro-tem what?
The Senate pro-temperament, Nyombri Kanga.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nyombri Kanga, the way in which she is conducting the section in the House of Elders is very, very wrong.
How?
They have gone against the Constitution that provided them as an error of the House of Senate to resume work by 10 o'clock a.m. And then adjourned session by 2 o'clock according to the Constitution of our Republic of Liberia. But we are on there only watch of Madam Nyomli Lawrence. She has been so delinquencies of going to those session police. Whenever she go legless. Many occasions I have been following it. And then they got numerous issues to discuss for the Liberian people. They only go 15 minutes, 10 minutes. We were supposed to conduct work within 3 hours period. But you only got 15 minutes. Liberian jobs are not being done. In the House of Parliament, the representation is not proper. They are not representing all and the record direction will put them there to represent all. They are there for the personal academic. What is beneficial for them and their family? That is representation and bad policies. And then I will tell them that they keep the bad governances, but October 10, 2029 will speak volumes. To tell you my bucket and you tell government is bad government. The 50th state, Jose Nima Bucket and that of Nyomi Kanga Lawrence as a pro-temporary, he is now doing the right thing for the Liberian people. And the Senate is the of the heart of errors. Where to conclude with each
Thank
other
you.
to do the betterment of the Liberian job.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Afonso. But the Constitution did not give any specific hour for section to begin.
No, specific hour is there. But specific hour is there. The heart of errors for the resume work 10 o'clock a.m. and then adjourn session 2 o'clock constitutionally. That's why our service 2 o'clock. So
Okay.
it's not bad by the Constitution.
Thank you very much for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
On another call. Please hold.
Hello,
Hello.
let's hear you, please.
Hello, Yakasi.
Please go ahead.
Yakasi, thank you so much. This is George Mala. I joined from Disgraces in Bosa County. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate you for the spoon network. You guys see the thing on my mind today. I just want to President Bwaka. Every day I'm singing it with nobody should not mind. They see these people who know the Akash with mobile model them. President Bwaka is doing well in this country here. Every day I'm singing it will be a call every day, all the radio stations. Their country is for all. See these people who make us decent. I mean, this country, there one will come that we say we love mobile model, Akash, and all people they say that they take our country money, they put in the horses, then we start here on something. President Bwaka come and divide the country. All the government officials respect President Bwaka because if you know you love President Bwaka, 2029 is coming. Because citizens they can't come in power again. All that is passing, they confused. So I'm trying to tell all the people, if you love development, please, the reason you want to go Ghana, you want to go Africa, you want to go Kenya, the party lalati before that country develop.
Okay.
Good you coming to develop country, yesterday because you must be better, right?
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank
I'm
you.
good.
Sekou Fofana is my name, member of Unity Party Intellectual Bureau. I'm calling from Baje Fagi this evening. Let me say Yegezi to you is this. Let me appreciate our father minister, noble father minister in question of Agosi Pei Kafwa. You know, there is need for them to withdraw the harmonization process. You know, yesterday in the past, the harmonization met to celebrate the partisan in the CDC. We are doing the CDC term, then will now no longer respect it. Mobile money will respect the money bank. Minister then were here, the people were taking their salary through mobile money rather than the bank. So mobile money is now the harmonization process will then to certify the partisan. So please, our government, please abolish it because that was a reason why we give to the people. We say when we change, we say no business as usual. So
Thank you.
that was there to embarrass the government. It will embarrass the Unity Party government because they say then I will come in lead power now. We will put money on the coming government. That's what they put there. People will say that to their home, taking salary. They're now working. Taking money, if you qualify, you can work as Liberia, but don't be sitting down home, then you take unnecessary money. That's what today Liberia because we are the way we dish all Liberia money. I want add the sedition and we tell we are the power. What did they have?
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, my brother.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Danny Wadi Pay from 540 Congo Town.
Daniel Carly, please go ahead.
Yeah, my brother. You see the problem I have with the country is the legislature. The legislature is the one that changed this country. I'm telling you, my brother, just imagine company come here. The people suppress us, they even cheat us. We got our people there, they're in the district in whatsoever. They're looking at it, they didn't do anything about it. They look at something like a concession agreement. Say asking, look at the company that they just signed a few days. The company have been doing nothing for this country, and the people been crying. You understand that? The people cry. Today the people stay crying. Our legislature look at us. My brother, they're not thinking about us. Oh. They look at the Liberian people and just go and sign that contract again. Even the people pay whatever they deal us. They are not done it. Then we'll start to cry again. Then who will hear us?
Thank you. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Okay, we lost that person. Let's talk to another person. Hello?
Hello?
Your name and where you join us from?
I'm Gabriel Ndimle.
Gabriel, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm speaking with Grand County to be precise and in the statutory district. I want to speak to the issue of our legislators, more especially from Grand County. Our Senator Abachi, along with the then Speaker, have abandoned our district. The district become a witch hunting district where most of the ritual activities in Grand County is taking place. Because the area is inaccessible by car. This area, every town and community is barricaded by water, and no guys doesn't have time for us. The owner come here when they won't vote. After they are getting a vote from us, they turn their back. So when we talk about bad governance, our legislators are the cause of bad governance from the executive. Because they are better driven. They said that they are proud. They said that integrity because they want to have a pocket field and a stomach field. So based upon that, the executive and the government control them. That's what they are doing. So we are speaking, ever acknowledging them that if they come 2029, we are not going to elect them. We have already prepared. We live in our inaccessible area.
Thank you.
In our district.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello?
Good evening, Yagadi.
Good evening. Speak your mind.
This is Oscar Sigmund calling from Campley City, Nimba County.
Oscar, how is Campley?
Campley is cool.
Okay, you usually call from Gumpa. Wow, you went for a break? You went for visiting Campley?
Yeah, Campley is my born home, so I came to visit.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, Yagadi, what on my mind has to do with the government. You know, we will not have government that have more than 65 employees from local county. About 5 ministers, but only one county with almost 15 to 20 directors. And we the Libanese give it 95% of the vote. And now, in giving appointment in Nimba, they don't have to do with only one family. Like Mr. Kura, the Minister of Labor, and his daughter, have 2 of them are not in the citizens in Nimba. We have more citizens in Nimba that are educated and they're qualified to be minister of all the ministries. But you will not only have one family, daughter and father, to make them minister for one county. It's illegal, and we are called upon Representative Boakai. Nimba County gave him 95% of the election.
What makes it illegal? Tell us.
It's not prudent.
Okay, yeah, you can say it's not prudent, but when you say it's illegal, then I want to know what makes it illegal.
It's not prudent.
Okay.
Then you cannot have a county where getting 95% of the vote. Then you only have son and father, a daughter and father to give them ministerial position and lead the other out. And you will not have county that get 95% vote lead them out. Then because you're from local country, they think what you're against us or Eastern are the one who's here in the country. Then we have 65%.
Thank you.
Employees from local country. It's illegal. We are calling
You consider to say it's illegal, but thank you very much, Zigman. Enjoy Campley. Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, good evening, Morris.
Morris, let's hear you, but your lines, seems a bit terrible. But let's manage with it.
Okay. Concerning the caller that calls or CDC coming back in power anymore. It's joking. That man joking. They're joking. They're not seeing nothing yet. Let 2029 reach. I said they will see something.
Okay.
2029 coming back because the way the government did to us, you don't understand it. They can't rescue and they can't kill the Liberia people and destroy the Liberia people. So 2029 coming, so we are. Anyone knows the Liberia problem now. You know, come there how to govern again. You know everything about Liberia people. So there is so can and do the right thing and the best thing will give us 2029. So let's not worry. Let's see. Let's just wait 2029 reach.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Good evening. How are you?
Okay.
Let's hear you, please. And you've got to be audible.
Okay. This is Mr. Bowen speaking this evening. When I hear people talking about local get plenty people working, then I start wondering how Lofa is. Then I start thinking about how many presidents that have been coming from Southeastern. With me, those that I know about. I saw Renovia Stadman from Southeastern. I saw Amos Sawyer from Southeastern. Then I saw Joe from Southeastern. Then I saw that made the interim government that we have here, Judy Bryan from Southeastern. And what so much the people did for them. Today, if the woman can able to get their role to see we all are the same, he said, I love everybody, we all be suffering. Then higher, I don't think so. They must be appreciable to the women. They are making about every one of us every evening.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello? Hello? Okay, we lost that person. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Good evening. How are you? Let's hear you.
Good evening. I'm Francis Bia. Yes, I'm first want to appreciate our journalists that is in studio for this topic. Why is on your mind? I want to appreciate the government. You know this government is working, but the problem here is that we Liberians, the politics in this country are spoiling this country. We want development, but in the development, we want for everything to be bread and butter. And if you look at the other countries surrounding us, like Ghana, Ivory Coast, and all the other countries, when they were in our shoe, when they pick up to carry on development, it wasn't easy. The economy was very hard. It took 10 to 20 years. But today we are praising the countries. So we Liberians, I'm cautioning us now to look at what is going on. More especially when it comes to the road connectivity and the current issue. These are two major things that we need to really look at. When these things are into the country, if they are 80 to 90% set up, I believe that investors will come in the country.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello, are you there? Okay, we lost that person. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Your name and where you join us from.
Thank God so much. My small family, there's a Bako calling from Fiamma, USA.
Bako, let's hear you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I got 2 point issue on my mind.
All to be said in 1 minute.
Thank you so much. One go to the political leader, small female. Today you are in, one of your social show. trying to talk all about things they comment, not doing well, comment. I told him to the okay. I said, no, they come not working, job not working, you can't, that pay the country. No, they get pressing to the comment. My spoon family. I talk it loud, I was talking. The power comment. They are now affecting the speak quota Europeans in speak. Man, people want to be there. Now they're correct. Not so whatsoever, now crime can I can't see now, fan up, minister. Why they come to wake him and people? The oil preach. They looking down to Allah. Eh? I know you're so coming out.
No, I'm looking at the time, but you mentioned you mentioned about current. That's what making me to laugh.
Current, but the thing, you know, the drought season now.
Oh, okay.
So the drought season.
Yeah, because when you talk about current business, now plenty of people will get there with you.
No boy can't follow me. You were there. You were there. You were there, but the current like drought season.
Thank you.
No. Someone said no, they pay water. No. Other time they want diet. Yes.
Thank you very much. Your 1 minute has elapsed. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello? Okay. We lost that person. Let's talk. Okay. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Hello.
How are you? Let's hear you.
Yeah. Let me say good evening to the Spoon family.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Let me say good evening to the excellent president, to the greater president, popular, who the president has declared in public, who the suspended higher government official ever in 2 years. President Boga, you working, my papi. Papi, you working. Look at today for rather to go people that lie. For either join to go rather than lie. And Mr. President is working for the Liberian people. Today, now, one of the president, why? You get today. Right now, you can get ready. You are ready, drop. Referee drop. Japper drop. Just for the NTA available for inside material. So the brand border India, when the president lay out to the Dubai Library. And now, one of the government now, at least, someone are not paying for salary. Nobody put in the we're not taking pay. Oh, 3 more, 4 more, 5 money pay all you. Oh, 10 money pay all you. Put that on the screen, no pay. Or no increment in your salary. But today, at least, hospital and today can get drugs there. When you go there now today, you can see pins out there.
Thank you.
So, but before one of the part government.
Thank you very much. Your time has elapsed. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Good evening. How are you?
I'm alive.
You are. Let's hear you.
Thank you. My name is Mohammed M. Kane, and I feel even get 16 on the budget. I remain a member and supporter of this government, but let me be very honest with you. You know, I think they are something. I think the government is not proceeding well. I think Minister Dagosa, Madam Dagosa, I think she needs to stand on her feet. We are noticing something they feel down that the repress are increasing the fee down. Yes. Whereas now people is selling 25 kg bag right now for 2,750, 2,700. See it. So you know when this government will be committed by that saying it will be very much bold and fair enough. When Minister Dagosa, if she's not able to function to do the work properly of the Liberian people, I think she will be dismissed from her position. Yes, because the president of the West now is going up little by little. Yeah.
Thank you.
From too far, now the West is going up again to 2,750.
Thank you. Thanks for calling and thanks for expressing or speaking your mind. Let's talk to this other person. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Nelson, how you doing?
This is Yekezi. Let's hear you out.
Oh, Yekezi, how you doing, Yekezi?
I'm good. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yekezi, this is Ben Chasso, and I join you from Louisiana Township.
Okay.
You getting me?
You are live, Ben. Go ahead.
I have concern to be friend. My concern had to do with they can't our phone. They can't not doing nothing in the country to be friend.
They refuse to make report. That 2 years in now, they refuse to make report. Every time they will allocate budget, but we can't know how they spend the money. Even doing the kind of unfinished project all in the country. How many years now? I think about Raji County, my kind of coming from Raji County, what they do is doing right now, correct different. They fail to make report. I thought it's all make report every year. Who they receive. So they only establish the county council, you have to steal money. Eh? It's very ugly, man, to be friend. They both try to how they going try to dissolve the whole county council. They ain't doing nothing. At 5 people sit down to decide development for the country. It's very different.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. No, I'm sorry. You don't have time anymore. Thank you for calling. So, folks, if you just joined us, this is the Speak Your Mind segment of the Spawn Talk right here on Spawn 107.5. The show has been simulcast on Fabric 101.1 and Super 95.5. We are also streaming live via Facebook and YouTube. On Facebook, Spawn TV Live, Fabric TV Live, and Super TV Live, and on YouTube, Spawn Talk. So you can catch us up on any of these social media platforms and watch the show live this evening. My name is Yekezi Zobel, sitting as your producer, and let's take more calls. 1 minute to a caller. So when you call, you want to be very brief. You want to say everything you have to say within a minute. Let's go back to the lines. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello, are you there?
Yes. I'm Guanugbe Senior, Senior, calling from Secretary.
Guanugbe Senior. Yeah, I like that name. That's a man name.
Please, I don't your name. Please make it clear. What is your name? From Nimbagane, what is your name? Is it Yekezi or Yekezi?
Oh, Yekezi. Yekezi. Don't talk. Yekezi. That's the name.
Is it Rescue King?
I excuse me. Are you listening via the radio or you are watching via Facebook?
Yes, I'm listening.
You are listening via radio?
Yes.
Seriously?
I'm saying.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Guanugbe, and this is Guanu Senior.
All right, go ahead, Guanugbe.
Okay, listen to me. Your knee.
Oh, that for my knee busy, you call Guanugbe?
But not Yekezi. Everybody Yekezi. So you got to make it listen to the people.
Okay, please.
To show ways of good life to one another, to your family. Show
Okay.
good ways to your family to live the family together.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
That's what it means.
That's it.
So the way the rescue king we rescue, they need a rescue. But the rescue now go together. People different things I say. The people they born into today they call it Zogo. Their name went on Zogo. But I need they didn't say that name. So they didn't say it. Now the rescue they call different name. They didn't say put out different name on the set. So I want to know. I mean, thank you for making it clear to me. You can see.
Thank you very much, Guanugbe from Saclapie, Nima County.
Very good.
Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, Mohammed Shah. I'm calling.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, today I'm disappointed, man. I'm so much disheartened for a person.
Hello, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, so your line is breaking up. So you want to do some adjustment?
Okay, I'll do that. I'm not clear enough.
Okay, let's manage to hear you this way.
Yeah, like I said, I'm disappointed. Today my highest program for the president to share the 72nd party that God is not giving land to people now. And in fact, people need to give people land back as in front of our people. And that's the president, I think, he serve as the mediator between the land owner and that of the people. We voted you not because to come and tell us here, oh, God not giving people land. We know God not giving people land, but we appointed you to take charge. So you come there to play mockery or I think that was this service. So I'm disappointed, Chief. That's why I'm called to speak.
Thank you for speaking. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, how you doing, brother?
I'm great. Let's hear you.
Yeah, you can see the government. I'm not working the government, but if I move around to show that the government working, we'll make sure we find that people for 2 years. See, we man any partner for 2 years. We'll find them within the sales balances. So let me go up and now making sure more. The see up and now region. Let our yellow machine and then the country that I don't know. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Thank you for speaking your mind. Okay, let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello.
Hello, Yakazi. How you doing?
I'm good. Let's hear you out.
My name is John Menwo. I'm calling from Chocolate City, Ghanarsville.
John, please go ahead.
John Menwo.
John, I'm hearing you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm back again with my issue with this insurance company that covers Moses teachers. I'm speaking as a teacher. That company started working here around Georgia's beginning. Saying that I've been to hospital one time, they take 15,000 from me every month. I've been to hospital one time. The school where we are about 52. Every month they say 25 shifts. To us, it is a day service. Calling on the government, calling on advocacy groups to come to our aid. Sir, is that treating us fine? When you are saying you go for sleep, they tell you no sleep. But they can come money from all of us that are covered by that company every month. So I'm calling on the government to check. I'm calling on MOE. Because when you go to SAI insurance company, they tell you, say, go to MOE. Let MOE look at that thing.
Thank you.
We will take on MOE to get out of our life.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk to this international caller. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
You can see this is Mambu calling from North Dakota. Yes, man.
Okay, Mambu, welcome. Let's hear you.
Thank you, man. Thank you for yesterday. At least, thank you for hosting me yesterday to get my call through. And I want to appreciate the CEO for at least, making it the issue a topic that took over the show. And that was very concerning. And I love his concern for people who are living in life that they're not supposed to live in their own country. When you are a leader to solve problems, not a leader to add to problems. That's what they call leadership. You are committed to the people. They bread and butter business, they talk about the road face, the building horses, the building bridges. That's not all to it. Those things can crumble down. But the people, the individual, the manpower is what that makes a nation. You got people displaced in your country, and you should be concerned about mitigating the things. The president should put a moratorium on all the land cases until we can straighten up this country where people can be employed, where people can leave from the city and go for employment out of the city. Other than that, you will always have problems with land issue, and if people look up to him, at the end of the day, he will lose 2029.
Thank you.
That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Thanks for expressing your concern here this evening. Okay, let's talk to another person right here in Liberia. Hello, your name and where you join us from. Hello, are you there? Okay, so the numbers are 0777 7710750, 0777 7710750, 0555 101075. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
My name is Emmanuel, calling from station number.
Emmanuel, let's hear you, please.
They say the government facing role. Where the government facing the role, I can see in all Liberia. They just pass one cutting the road, they say the passing road, but you're not cutting, not facing the road, putting out of dropping, people are. So that government try to do the road, they say they can't finish, they say they will not see it. That's how cutting the road, wishing doesn't our ass.
Why the government cutting where?
When you take the road from Benson to go all the way to Ria, they go so they call the road small. They go another time they call the road. Oh,
Okay, thanks for calling.
all right.
All right, that's how you see it. But let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Peter J. and I call you from GSO.
Let's hear you from GSA, please.
I want to appreciate the president for firstly reducing the price of rice and other local commodities. But I agree with the first caller who said that the rice price is gradually going up again. So I want for the Commerce Minister to look into it and work harder. Because if people get a way of undermining presidential order, so we really want for the government to look in that direction, not on the rest, but you look at the rate is not stable. Going up, coming down. I mean, let them try to do something.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Hello?
Let's hear you.
Hello, sir. My name is Benedict Tichier, and I come with the borough of Kuta. I want to see the issue of this brother from MOE continue to raise the issue. You can see, let me be bold and frank to tell you, this brother is misleading people that SARS insurance or MOE is taking $15,000 $15,000 for people. I listened to him 4 times on the radio. Today the 4th. Let him go to the 8th hour and they will show him a breakdown of his salary. It's $15 US every month. $15. The brother keeps getting about $15,000. How many people are going to take $15,000 for insurance? Why you keep lying? You as a classroom teacher, you giving misleading information to people. That you want that teacher speak to the issue about the insurance slip, that it is not enough, but don't lie that $15,000 government is taking and giving to SARS. No, it's $15. And it's not $15,000. Thank you.
Thank you for making your point. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, Yagazi.
Good evening. How are you? Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Yagazi. This is Bobby Abu Mesla. Join the conversation on this issue. Let me applaud you. Yagazi, my message to the president about the worker to focus on his development. Look, Yagazi, we will not allow propaganda to make the president, people will be setting the president for one thing. If this country needs development, this country be developed, it's developed for all Liberians. And we all will be proud. These people who are talking that people breaking presidents down, these are the same people when they come from Ghana, they break Ghana. These are the same people who are on Bureau camp. So they want to go to Bureau camp. There's no Bureau camp there. They have been transformed to civil managed structure. We will not listen. Nobody will dictate the president. Nobody will set him with 2029 because politics and the voters always let us set him leader. That's the reason the many leaders are very proud to do the right thing. So I can assure the Liberian people, while the country will get developed, it will get developed on the wine by the bunker. He will do it there. He is not there. If the Liberian people see the kind of work that the president has done, they will choose to re-elect him. But not because people will consider when they read not to the one, when they will not be the one, we will not re-elect him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm okay. Let's hear you.
Jay Bokanyen Swan. There's a caller who come and talk on that man who have been talking about the SAR insurance. The information the guy is giving about SAR insurance is correct. The caller who said that guy is lying, it's not. He doesn't know what he's saying. The man who talking about the insurance is not lying. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Your name and where you join us from, please.
My name is Emmanuel Wilson. I'm calling from Real Life.
Emmanuel, let's hear you, please.
Okay, you're discussing about this government. They call me.
We're not discussing. We don't have any particular topic here. It's speak your mind. So what's on your mind? Just say it.
For me, this government is doing anything that is against the rule of law. They call me not respect the rule of law. They call me from there again. They call me try to make people to be homeless in this country. So those who work with those various sectors that we all help, they should please come and help now. Or if the thing they're doing will make people to be homeless in the country, people live on the streets. You see, people rest out my house now. I got 2 women sleeping there. They sleep inside my house. And one woman took them and carried them in her house. They moved from 77 Barry. The other woman said her son died 21. She don't have place to go. So by right, if the president not helping the other people, then let's please try to help. Yeah, please talk to them. Let's try to help some people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, brother. Listening to the listeners.
Good evening. Welcome. Let's hear you.
G. Lahassin, where they calling from Pinsville, EB Toboro.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see my concern here is I mean, your talk show last night, CEO Stanton was trying to bring government whole and solid about this Satan demolition. We all know what the land situation is in this country. People selling land, and not selling land 2-3%. It's a serious problem. Now they are comparing the government. Let me frank to you. What I sympathize with those victims out there. I also want to say that the government should not do something tomorrow that will have problems. A lot of land speak the right. If you start with Satan people today, what other countries will see where government can do money? So, government is responsible to the New York citizens. They don't want to so we want to bring government to court like the Water Africa.
Thank you.
You know how long it took them?
Thank you very much.
You know how it took them?
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. You're saying the man, thank you, the message talking. The message gave few more minutes. Yagazi, how you doing?
I'm great. I'm okay.
Thank God for you, Yagazi. Thank God for you. I'm hearing that it's your last day with us on Producer Spoon. No, I'm hearing that. I don't know. Is that your last day Producer Spoon today?
I don't think it's my last day. It's just that moving forward, I wouldn't have a particular schedule now.
Oh, you're filled in?
Yeah, I only filled in, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, but thank you, man. You want me to be sincere, though? Since you've been producing Spoon, you get a hard time when you go to bed and in the bag, it's hard for you to wake up. But you've been a good producer, my man. Seriously, I like the way you can produce. But waking you up, we got to call everybody. Call the security and all to wake you up. That's the problem. Yeah, but thanks again. I heard that you got another. You directly focus in another department. So that's a good thing. I think that's your area, and I think you guys will do wonderful. Thank you very much for your services to the nation and your contribution to Spoon. Thanks a lot. Yes, you stay with the network, and I think that where you are, I mean, I wish you luck. Yeah, that's the way it is. Why can't you can't spy and go? You can't spy and go. You're in the bag. You spy. I don't know why you're spying for. Yeah, you can't spy and go. I said, what's going on with this guy? Yeah.
I'm listening to you congratulating Yagazi Zwogbe. How are you, my brother?
Yagazi going to be head. Yagazi going to be the head for the news department. That's what I heard today. I don't interfere with this stuff. And they said, well, the man regular schedule on Spoon have been taken away. I said, but who you giving it to? And I heard that they're giving it to a beautiful young lady. What's her name, Yagazi?
Rosemary McKeever.
She can make
Rosemary.
it with us. The hours we keep here, is she able to keep up with
I
that?
don't know, man. They did a schedule without me, so I
think
just pray that
yeah.
it worked well for us.
Anyway, these days they say whatever men can do, women can do
Yeah, sure.
even better. Eh? So
Yeah, I can't wait to see Rosemary, and I wish her well. We'll be sure to welcome her to the doghouse. You can so with it. You can see. God give me land now, or God ain't get land yet. God can get new land, right?
Yeah,
God,
you know, God not giving you land.
God ain't giving no more new land. Let's go to passion. And we're discussing today.
God created the earth. God created it in 6 days and rested on the
What
seventh.
happened if they say your pound issue? My right pound, what's happening?
It means maybe you can get something on Gula. Maybe money. Maybe you can receive money.
Is that true though, Kayo? I get him
I
money.
mean-
I know Kayo owe me. Maybe he would drop my cash out.
Oh, it's possible. I mean, anything's possible, CEO.
Yeah, but I mean, who knows? It's just like maybe that payday, maybe that paycheck. I mean, I think I will find money in front of Wawa. No. So maybe that paycheck. You know when it used to rain in Ghana's where it rain and the water just sliding, coming down, you could find 5 cents, 10 cents, 25 cents, all in the little coming down, the water just coming down, sliding down behind MTA. But this saying how to find money. It's very hard to find money. When last you not find money?
Man, I can just go work for you. Because this time, the time you spend looking for it, you might as well just start working.
Start
Before
working,
you
and
do
that's it. It's hard to find money. I don't know if you guys find any money, let us know. But again, we got a lot coming your way. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new special sweet edition of Spoon Talk. We're going to talk about what you just heard saying, God ain't giving no new land. That's President Barker was saying for today. He said, well, you can cry tired at this day. We're gonna listen. If I say I can anyway, I'll wait for my time. I don't want Kanye to start talking plenty.
No, but I was talking, you won't be talking small, you want responses. You just acting smart.
Kanye, let's wait for the other people to cry.
No, but anyway, CEO, why are you avoiding the topic? Why are you avoiding the topic?
No, because I want us to do it when other people come on. I'm just sharing the topic.
Early. We can start to chat. Why you want to save it for other people?
Because we inside the show, yeah, look, we got 7 more minutes, my man.
Okay, then let me talk about different
I
things.
gotta know how you doing, how your family, how your newborn baby, how is the baby now? Baby sitting, changing diapers.
Everybody all right. Baby fine, everything good.
The baby's how many months?
Let's talk about going creating no new land.
No, but we ain't there yet. But let's wait for the other people. I'll let her repeat myself. The baby
But
is
why
how many
you
months?
want to save the topic that you want to still be throwing it us out small?
I got to announce the topic for the day, right?
But I want part of the topic.
Kyle, you made me very you a moderator today, though. Seriously.
I got problem with that. It will be. I will really enjoy myself.
The few days I've been working like crazy, to tell you the truth. Going to bed late, getting up early in the morning, and it's just a lot. So you made me very you a moderator today. I would just sit back. Anything you do, anything you say, that's it. We'll just rock and roll.
It will be good though. But you know what I was thinking, right? You know, I know you're still trying to preserve this topic, but I just want to slip something in very quickly, right? If you listen to that interview, if you listen keenly, the journalist asked the president, he said, we want you to reconsider these people. In other words, let them come back on the land. The president did not respond to what can we do in terms of resettlement, which I believe the president is considering an undertaking. But his position is that the barracks belong to the officials of the army, and they too are Liberian citizens and entitled. The second thing, look, sarcasm is a literary device.
So when you're going into the conversation that we shouldn't go into because we have not started the show yet. So just chill, we'll get to it.
Okay.
Let's welcome some of our people. I know you really want to talk about this. I disagree with you. Right?
No, you don't want to do the topic.
The president has compassion, but we'll get to it. I disagree with you. The people will hear what I have to say.
They will hear what you have to say and they will decide.
Where's the full interview?
You say your own, I say my own, and the poll will decide. We'll play the interview. We
The
got
full
it.
interview, not that short excerpt.
So again, brother, we will play what we can play. You want to watch it all? Go on Spoon Page it there. Yeah,
The whole interview.
we cannot play everything on the show, yeah, but something amazing happening though. Another one we're going to discuss tonight. What's going on with this LTMI and the Liberia National Police and the Minister of Transport? Hey, my people, what kind of government we get here? You got Minister of Transport giving ID, you got LTMI giving ID. Then you come to the final place and say, yes, here I am. I got 2 ID cards, pay the same money. And then the government suing Minister of Transport. I mean, that's another topic for the day. What kind of government is this? What kind of mature government is this? That the government is suing?
What the government?
No man, what kind? Give me how to hear. Your absence was so. We were glad when you were absent. We were celebrating when you were absent.
What's the topic?
But wait now, let me lay the topic on, right?
But before you finish laying the topic on there, a more than said it.
Say a small one on it. Now go to the next one. Topic number 2. Say a small one on it.
Well, firstly, you know, as we're talking about the president, right? We should listen to the full recording.
But we'll finish with that now. We'll bring different things
finish with that one.
President again.
Oh, I was just trying to naturally progress.
When we get there, you will talk. I lay the topic on. Follow the lead.
Start with us go. They make it find. He won't find a way to just package it, so it's watertight.
You gotta lay the topics out, though.
Well, look, I think that, you know, going back to what I said last night, the president means well for this country. President Boykai means well for this country. But the president cannot do it alone. And that's where I tend to disagree with you, Stanton, to some extent, when you say we must continue to just blame the president. Yes, final authority rests with the president, but he has divested some of that authority to people in positions to lead. Now, I may not know what is going on with this Ministry of Transport and LTM activity. If LTM has a valid concession that is signed by law, then there are provisions of law to cancel it if we want to cancel it, if we believe that it's not in the interest of the people, so that Ministry of Transport takes ownership of the process. But if we have not canceled what is a valid concession by LTM or contract by LTM, then transport cannot be doing what LTM has been given the right to do. So I think some fact-finding need to occur there. But like I always say, look, I'm concerned about the president. I mean, the president has got his lieutenants. The president has an agenda to change the country, and I support that agenda. But the lieutenants, including the Minister of Transport and other people like him, need to be quite aware of what that agenda is and to act decisively to support the president's agenda. I think they need to do that. So what are some of the fact finding we need to understand here?
Thank you very much. I just say hey, let me lay everything out.
You can't let me finish properly.
We giving the topic, brother.
Yeah,
don't go in that.
CEO, let me lay nicely. At least when I'm talking, I end my point. Then you take it over, but I can be in mid sentence.
You know how you can connect your conversation. You connect your conversation like John Noble. He will never finish one line. He will say, okay, so this one, and like that, somebody got to stop you.
So, all right, I will try to make it short. The point I was trying to make, CEO, is that the president has final authority, and the president cares for this country. I support the president, and I believe he wants this country to function very well. The president has taken some of his authority and giving it to people like the Minister of Transport to manage the transport sector. The president respects the law. That one of the things I know about President Boykai If the rules are clear, he will follow the rules. Now, does LTM have a valid agreement or concession with the Republic of Liberia currently? If they do, then whatever the Ministry of Transport is doing is in violation of their contractual rights, for which they can be held liable. If they don't,
thank you.
They don't,
we gotta lay on the other topics, my man.
I gotta balance it out. Why you want me to edit that? And if they don't, you know, your man will take my video quickly again. They won't copy the portion while I'm saying to balance it. They will just focus on the first part. If LTM does not have a valid contract, then the Ministry of Transport is acting within their power. At the end of the day, rights have to be respected. That's how doing business functions in a country. If we give LTM the right, if we have not canceled their contract as yet, Ministry of Transport cannot just step in there and take that function from them, especially if it's a concession that was ratified. If they don't have the right, Ministry of Transport then is empowered to do so. So, CEO, we need to do some fact-finding around this thing. And all of this is not about the president. You know, what kind of government? In every government, there will be some leakages and slippages. It happens. But what is important that we need to self-correct. And as we're raising these things, I'm very sure that the president will intervene.
So when are you going to stop for us to talk about the other topic now? And thank you for stopping.
I just stopped.
Yeah,
I just stopped. Yeah.
Woo.
No,
The president, let me say something to you. Let me go to number 3. Because I don't even want to argue with you. I will wait for my time. Time and season does matter. Something amazing happening in our country. In the President's State of the Nation address, the President said they have full feeding program. You heard that, right? They are feeding students across the country, right? Did you hear it?
Not specifically, but I can research the speech and find the exact portion.
Okay, Yagazi, did the president say they were feeding children across the country? Yagazi?
Yes, yes.
Yagazi can hear you.
Okay. Yagazi heard me. Yagazi said yes. Is that? We'll play the clip. Yagazi, please upload the clip or send me the clip. We had it before. Let me play it for my brother.
But we believe you. If you see the president said it and Yagazi heard it, now go ahead.
Wait. So the question is, through the Ministry of Education, we have uncovered massive corruption into the feeding program. We have uncovered massive corruption.
Who's responsible?
Hold on, I beg you, brother. Wait small. We're gonna have a good show today. It's just you and I, you know, the rest of the guys coming.
I go and look in the chat, bro. I want to see whether you put the documents there.
You will find it. I trust you. We have uncovered massive corruption, folks. So McGibby, they have some public school in McGibby and across the entire country. But someone connected to the president, that individual was awarded contract for the full feeding program. What did he do? We will share the document with you and we'll discuss it. The money that was given to him, it will hit you so hard. We got the school, we sent our investigators there, they took pictures, they did video, they spoke to people in the school. You want to hear, you know, Kyle, I want to believe, right? Not only that the president, he doesn't know, but when he gets to know, he does nothing. And that's the problem.
I think that's a blanket statement.
And kind of, but let me finish that. You want to talk, I will wait you talk, brother. Today, I will be patient. I will be patient. My name today is Patience Stanton. I will be patient. Make no mistake. When you see some of the things the president put out there, and people closer to the president, connected to the president, and if they are involved in those corrupt practices, looting from the country, and the Ministry of Education giving them 60,000, 180,000, 130,000 to construct or full feeding something, and you go there, the whole contract says you end by 2025, the money going, nobody knows nothing what happened. Look at the contract. I will share the contract in the chat room.
I want to see that contract. I want to evaluate that contract.
Can you wait now? Wait, can you, my man? Can you wait? Wait, my man, I beg you, man. So I want to say to all of you, I'm thinking, when we start putting our topics out, I'm talking about the headlines for today. I'm thinking within myself, is Unity Party thinking that c'est fini, that they ain't coming back 2029 so they can do anything good, bad, or ugly, and Jay will say that? I'm asking the audience, Vera, you're following us, right? I'm thinking in my big head, is Unity Party just being complacent that we will eat, we enjoy, and we just die? Peter job beat it. We died our business. Peter job beat it. We died our business. Is that how Unity Party operating now? The people, they are giving money, even more than Sepe. They're making it rain to family member closer to the president, creating bogus contracts. And the president stood on the podium. He went there for the State of the Nation address and said, we are feeding the student. We are going to all those public schools. We have identified them, starting with McGibby. They ain't feeding nobody. Money that was given went into people's pockets. And I want you to understand, that's the reason why you follow Spoon Network. It's not because of me. To God alone be all the glory, and it's because of you. That's the reason why you follow us. You know, we get tired because when we speak on this issue over and over and over again, then my friend and brother can say, but why you beating on the government? The government must do for the Liberian people what the Liberian people cannot do for themselves. When people are being displaced, when people are sleeping under the rain, when Liberians' mothers and daughters, babies, get nowhere to stay, the president said, go and give me a new land. You're on your own. So my fellow Liberian, I come to you today. So share the show. We got a lot to talk about. I don't sleep.
Words on this CEO, or I must take you quiet because it looks like.
Yeah, you see the man interrupted me again. The man had the whole time. When I say something, the buck can be shaking. The buck scared of me. He can be shaking. He want to reply, but he can't make it because I got the evidence. I got the document. He can make it. This is for the Liberian people, can you? This is the people program. Whether you Unity Party, you CDC, you ANC, you imposition, no position, opposition, this is your program. Because you know what? I will never change. Because I know if that is not what it is, the people will vote against Joseph Boakai. Liberia will do it till they get it right. And that's the fact. Let me put another topic on the floor. What kind you want to talk?
Yeah, I'm tired now because I know for me to talk. Yeah.
Go ahead, I'll give you for a second. I'll come. And that's topic number 3, right?
Yeah, and we're moving, and tonight will be interesting.
It will be interesting. Go ahead. I'll give you a chance. I'll put it on the floor.
See, I believe that you, I, and President Boakai, as stated just now, we want the same thing for Liberia. We want the Liberian people to be better off. But we all have our approaches and we have our roles. Yours is to be a provocative activist. We'll push the government so that the government does what is right. We'll push them so they assume a position. The president is the leader. He has to weigh all sides and manage the state in a way that things move progressively. And there are many challenges in our sector. We on this side are the ones giving him the benefit of the doubt so that public confidence remains high because we know that he means well for the country. Now, you have asserted acts of corruption at the Ministry of Education. And look, taking food away from children is something that I will never support. No well-meaning Liberian will support it. President Boyka will never support it. The facts, as you have discovered, CEO, especially those contracts that were awarded, the investigation that establishes, as you have claimed, that feeding did not occur and that the Ministry of Education is complicit, I think we need to take one step further. We need to identify specifically who are the culprits, who are giving those contracts, where are the schools that did not get, the feeding as stipulated in those contracts. And let's establish the facts and do some name calling and ensure that this matter gets to the attention of the relevant authorities. But what I struggle with, you're laughing, what I struggle with is when carte blanche, the president gets blamed that the country is going nowhere because somebody allegedly, and again, you put in the evidence in the chat room. I'm still looking, I haven't seen it yet. I know you're putting it there now, right? Somebody goes ahead and allegedly siphons off some money, for food by the Ministry of Education, which derails the president's agenda. But I do know that under the Ministry of Education program, children are being fed. So if this is an isolated instance where in one or two schools somebody saw an opportunity to divert, then let's disclose the person's name and let's disclose the issues and let the president, handle it. The president has been very active in dismissing, suspending, recommending for prosecution, asking the LSCC to take charge. And even the LSCC does not need to be asked. The LSCC
Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't know who brought this guy here. Who brought him here? You can't get him.
I don't even get to end my statement. You just shut me down. Thank you very much. All right.
My man, we gotta go back. You don't want to do this thing, brother. Let me tell you something.
By the time Kevin started getting here, I will not say anything again. Seriously, Jacob Kanye, Jacob Jala here, Kev Hassan, how do you call it, Dr. Francine with her sweet voice. All the people, then the other Dr. George, all four of them, you know where they're coming from, right? That's all opposition people. The minute they get here.
But when you hear with Remy Gray and Tama Aguilas and T. Wanokai, you guys are 4, 5, 6 opposition. Mambe, all of you are opposition. So the show is unique and in position, opposition. You guys are equally equal. But I just face it though. I always say this. I stopped sharing information because we needed to give the government a chance to perform. And I think we're reaching to a place that there are more failures than more achievement. In year number 3, we got to be very clear. We have to be very, very clear. And maybe this will strengthen the unity party. We cannot wait for 2027, like year number 4. We just can't. The Liberian people, they are too impatient. They cannot wait for 2027. Then you drag us on hope, on hopeless hope. And we just can't take it. Amongst all the candidates, 2023, majority of Liberians believe that Joseph Yima Boyka who have taken us out of the mess we consider at the time that came from your party, your political leader, George Manawea. You went 14 out of 15 counties to tell Liberians that George Manawea was the best and Joseph Yima Boyka was the worst. And we beat you to your argument. We prove you wrong. The people accepted our argument.
So let's work with your argument.
But
Let's give
today,
you the benefit of the doubt.
wait. You're interrupting me, though.
I will stop your flow. How you getting ready?
But today, what happened? They have more failures, massive failures, than achievement. Make no mistake. I was speaking to someone today. They said, "Send, we can wait for you to go like, bro." I said, "I'm baking you."
Yeah, you got that kind again.
I know you got a likeness for Jacob. You guys from the same political class. And I will say this to you: at the end of the day, though, most Liberians know what is happening. That if the government cannot address the current issue, the government will be one term, and that's it for them. They can go and curse. They can go and make plow like anybody's business. Cursing don't move me. Making plow don't move me. I don't care. The Liberian people need to know if President Bouaga cannot turn this thing around, President Bouaga will be a one-term president with the worst legacy in the history of Liberia presidency. People got to know that. Everything we're seeing, everything we're hearing. Somebody got to tell Mr. President, no, the path you are taking is wrong, Mr. President. We can do better. Let's solve the people problem, not our problem. We are solving our problem too much instead of solving the people's problem. It's wrong. But we get to it. And I'm going to show the picture. Again, these are allegations on Joe Mobile, the president's nephew, Joe Mobile. He was given a contract. Feed our children, feed the people. $60,000 contract. His company, Motion Group, I will put it up, was given a contract. The contract should be completed by the end of 2025, October or November. Go look at the building. Go look at the school. They put beef style, we feed students. Public school. So many of them in McGibby. They posted the last time they brought food here, that was rotten food they had to throw away. We interviewed them. Contract was $60,000 to build one. Go look at the kitchen they built for $60,000. Are we kidding? Is this the government we champion? Is this the government we beg? We have sleepless nights? Are you kidding me? Who's telling the president the truth? When can we wake up and say, no, Mr. President, enough is enough. It's time for the people to eat. It's time for Liberians to eat. But ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're joining us from, welcome to the beautiful show today. I gotta step back, Jacob. I gotta step back maybe for a week or two and leave small talk and leave it with you guys. I have to. Maybe I gotta step back, you know, just step back. I gotta just check up.
You go into the hills?
Check out, let me say something to you, right? It's like the people say, I don't know how to say it. My mind can say it. You know, it make your body to just do, you know, it's the same could that sound better. Because every day we want something good. We want a compassionate in chief, but we don't have it. The same Motion Group, Joe Mobile, the president's nephew, that built a $10 million project in Foya, that the man get all the feeding program too. Look at the amount of money. I'll put it up. I saw the document, my head started beating. Boop, 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 boop. My right eye started, you know, you can feel it. Boop, 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 boop. And it's like there's somebody smoking weed. But I've never smoked, I've never drank in my life. But my eye began to turn red. There's someone on drugs. Jacob, tell me. It's not easy. Except maybe President Bouaga have settled to be only one-term president and call it quit. Maybe. So that he can just do anything he want to do. That's fine. Don't get bad if I talk about President Bouaga, because I love President Bouaga. But it hurts me that when the president going contrary to the desire of the Liberian people, going contrary to that bread and butter issue, going contrary, and I had a long conversation, over 1 hour, 30 minutes conversation with someone from finance ministry, I couldn't get there. Tell me, say, why you beat on Gafwan? Why you say harmonization is now reversed? We went line by line in the 2019 bill, Jacob Jara. And then I asked them, is this a law? They say, yeah. Who signed it? John Manawea. Because Gafwan increased somebody's salary, so it means that you have amended the law. Does that make sense? Or that's just politics? And the politics that catch the image of Bable. What's going on in our country? Let's welcome Kanyo Babala, Jacob Jara, Tama Aguilas, and I will put the rest of the topic up. We're going to start the show officially, ladies and gentlemen. Snow, Birmingham County Snow, he said, according on the lawmakers to investigate. We're going to play that. The TIA, the lawmakers were arguing on TIA today. Listen what's going on TIA. They're about to just squash TIA. And let's talk about thank God they found the baby. Somebody kidnapped somebody's baby. It's on the phone page. Thank God they found that baby. I don't know who done kidnapping. But I got a video for Snow just in passing real quick. I got a video for Snow, then we'll bring you guys in. I love this video. So Snow was brave enough to introduce to us. I never knew that Snow was married. Let's listen.
My beautiful and charming wife is Anna Snow. You know, my wife is the Director of Administration and Finance at the ECOWAS Parliament.
You hear the message, my beautiful and charming wife. Did I miss it too? Let me play it one more time. But you didn't show the wife, right?
My beautiful and charming wife is Anna Snow. You know, my wife is the Director of Administration and Finance at the ECOWAS Parliament.
Wait. Who's Snow we're talking about? Which one of the woman you talking about? Kyle.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Come on. Check out. Which one? How many women can Snow got? I know Snow gonna get better with me, man. But you gotta let us know. How many women Snow got?
Wait, how many women? How many wives or what do you mean?
No, my man. You straighten out how many wives, how many women, how many concubines. But what's going on with Snow? I thought Snow was married to the other. What's going on?
But I tell you, you're listening. You don't know what I was.
Can you unmute? Can you unmute yourself? I need to know. Am I confused?
Can I speak?
I'm asking you, how many women Snow got? How many wives? How many concubines? I mean, he Snow just going around introducing. I mean, what's going on? No, this is a side conversation, guys. You want to get very with me? Let's do it for one minute on it. I was serious. What was this? I just came across this. I called Snow, you refused to answer me.
But I thought Honorable Snow just put something on the floor regarding harmonization.
No, I'm not talking about harmonization. That's not what it was. Yeah. How many women you got? How many wives? How many concubines? How many friends?
But so none of you guys know. Still,
Snow best friend. The CMC.
You want to be here on National Archive now where you back your marriage certificate and teach that I you start.
Was there that there was no best friend. He best place to know the details about that arrangement.
No, but can somebody bring us up to speed though? I mean, Kev, can you bring us up? Tell me, you know anything about Snow? I've been calling Snow again.
The thing is, a CEO per Liberian law, Bagame, which is having 2 wives, unless they are traditional, as we say, wives, or not married through the white wedding, is unlawful. And I know Honorable Snow, as a lawmaker, and as a citizen to be a lawful man. So that my natural conclusion will be that if Honorable Snow introduces a wife to the public, that he is divorced. I mean, he was divorced and then he remarried, which
he divorced
is
who?
consistent.
He divorced
Pardon?
who?
The previous wife he had.
Who was the previous wife? And that's help me. I want to know who was the previous wife.
I know. All I know is that if he married now, he was married before.
So I think that's the same woman he's talking about, right? Is that the same woman? I mean, the former Chief Justice.
But why Jacob? Everybody is scared. Kev, you can talk to. You're scared of talk?
Well, you guys have not given us a talk, you know.
Come on, talk. You're scared?
You need to pass the ball. You need to pass the ball.
The man I want to talk about how harmonization is being.
We're not talking about harmonization. Let's address this because Smith is a senator for Bowman County. This is unacceptable. We need, listen, I know Delon Webb. Very well. I know her. I know people that marry in there and those people that are married but playing Kagalika. Snow introduced you, but I thought Snow was married to the former Chief Justice, right? Am I making a mistake? Can somebody bring me up to speed? I love the news. Kev, tell me.
Look, I don't know much about Snow, man. But here's what I'm going to say. I understand that Snow was married to former Justice Sianeo. I'm not sure that's the right.
But you don't know much. Then why are you talking? You're just
let me say it small. I can say that. Snow, based on his statement, say he has remarried. He has a brand new wife. And I don't know whether he's divorced or he's not divorced, but I'm sure under Liberian law, you know, he has the right to marry depending on whether he married as a traditional marriage or as a you know.
Yeah, before we get to that, we just want to know, Kev, you related to Snow through George Manaware, like your uncle, right? Can you help us tell us about your uncle? Because Snow like George Manaware, brother. George Manaware, your pa. So Snow like your uncle. Yeah, help us understand what's going on. Is Snow get a new woman? I mean, he married again?
I mean, Snow is not Richard Kuhn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like Richard Kuhn playing that thing. Not Snow. Snow introduced his wife, and that's what we know.
Who's the wife? Which one of them?
The woman at the ECOWAS that he introduced. Play.
Did she just go to the ECOWAS mission?
That only one woman the man introduced, and that's why we're going back. Not again, it's not Richard Kuhn that just showing married and having woman.
All right, folks. So you know, sometimes people think that I should know everything. I'm just asking seriously. I don't know. Snow, that my friend. I've been calling all day. He refused to answer. When I saw the video, I try to be informed. If any of you can help me, I will appreciate. If not, that's okay. To each his own. I don't need to stop. We got a lot of stuff to talk about the country. But if you can help me, we got to go on. I want to play the video one last time. I beg you. I'm begging you one last time. Let me play the video again. And just let us know we got a lot of stuff to talk about.
My beautiful and charming wife is Anna Snow. You know, my wife is the Director of Administration and Finance at the ECOWAS Parliament.
Yeah, the beginner how to call it. The beginner how to call it. Follow Snow track record. During the war, Snow married her to her daughter for safety and protection, and you know why? After the war, Snow, let me listen to you. Snow no terror management. Can you, right? Do the heat?
But see, you know all the detail that you want to be your pepper or something. Snow said one time that he divorced.
You gotta understand, right? Do the other when the Oma was Chief Justice. Snow had with the Oma when she was Chief Justice. Now Snow ECOWAS mission. Snow got ECOWAS. Snow not terror management. That one no way to escape. Yeah.
Can't stop laughing.
And I can guarantee you, after that ECOWAS mission is done, Snow will be in the foreign service with the European partner. Then he will come back and do, but I want to say, ladies and gentlemen. Kev, you are free to laugh. Don't have your face. Laugh at your uncle's
I'm laughing, man. I look at my phone.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the conversation. We want to say welcome to Spoon Talk. You know, when you come on the show, you can laugh, people value, and then who cares? Listen, we see it, we're talking, we can get very, we're happy. Listen, after the hard day of work, hard hustle, you relax. You know, you chill. This is Spoon Talk. That's what people want, right? Hey, you want to go down in history, go down in history. This is Spoon Talk.
We love you sometimes. Yeah, life is a celebration.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I mean, if you, I mean, they say what's the king? The King Solomon. He has 700 concubines and 300 wives, right? So you gotta understand. I said, wait, maybe it's not that Solomon. Who knows? But let's move on. Let's have a great show, folks. Welcome to the show. I see Russell coming on. Cassidy Mobile from AMC. He will be filling in for our brother. How you call him? Dr. George. But I heard that he's a smart guy. So let's see exactly what he's going to produce tonight. Rainford Russell is coming on, and everybody will come on. We're going to have a wonderful show. Whatever you are, get your popcorn ready. Share the show, by the way. We are on YouTube. We're on Facebook, Spoon FM, Super FM, Fabric FM, Voice of Liberia, all across the country. Be part of the program. Turn your radio volume up to allow your friends to hear us. Stanton speaking, the CEO, Opa Tia, Wetherspoon speaking. Again, I tell you, we're going to have a wonderful show. We got Councilor Kanyo Bagbara from the Century Movement. We got Jacob Jada from CMC. Agela Stamba, he's coming, I don't know where he's from. Kev Hassan from CDC. Rainford Russell from Brooklyn Park, running to be representative and independent. Again, we're bringing an ANC member. His name is Cassidy Mobile, or Mobile Cassidy. We'll hear him when he gets on the show. And we'll welcome everyone else that's joining us. But because of you, we are here. This is where we come. When people have problems, we come solve the political problem. We hear you, you hear us, and we'll make progress. I put some conversation on the floor, but let's get your intro quickly because it's 9:32. Maybe we can use it 3 minutes, 30 seconds each. Welcome to the show, Kanyo.
Well, thank you, CEO. It's good again to continue to be back. While I have the time to do the introductions very quickly, I just like to put on that I may leave a bit early like you saw yesterday, because again, there are a few things I'm trying to wrap up this week before I'm fully back. So I just want to put that out there. Also, while I'm doing the introduction, there's something that I think we need to maybe find a time to talk about. And I think it's important for me to just raise it now since I have the floor. And I've noticed that a lot of people continue to just, insult the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. And I know we are a country, we believe in free speech. We decriminalize speech so that public officials can sue people and put them in jail for saying things about them. But I think it's being abused. The last time it happened here, it was Yeke. And I'm happy that since I dealt with him, he hasn't come back yet. Because we can't have people that are insulting prominent people. Recently, again, we got Prophet Key, insulting the Chief Justice. And I know maybe this will be an opportunity for him to go cuss my man too. But I don't draw back from those kind of street people, because when they cuss me, I go right back after them. But I think it's important for us to take note. The Chief Justice is somebody who presides over the judiciary. You may not agree with everything that decision that come out of the judiciary. Some they go, as you always say, CEO, and some they bad. Some decisions you will like, other decisions you're not gonna like. But that is the system that we have. But to have people just believe that they can just insult the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, people like Prophet Key and others, Yeken and the rest, it's just so disturbing. And I think it's something maybe we should find a time to talk about, just what we allow to enter the public, space in the whole context of peace.
Don't hold you there and just address it right now. Let's just few minutes to address this, right? Because again, people want to know, and I think it just running through my mind. Help me, and everybody. Jacob Jada, you're in Liberia. Tamba, you follow Prophet Key, and Prophet Key is our friend. He's doing his show on his own thing. Everybody, he got huge follower, and people love him for that. Other people don't like it. But you're saying that you want us to do, the Chief Justice. What this lady, Kev Hassan, what's her name? The cultural ambassador then took Prophet Key to court. Our government, our legal advisor to the president said that freedom of speech, Prophet Key should go home. So if they can say it's okay at the time, I got nothing to say about it. It's okay today. That freedom of speech. That's all I want to add.
Senator, please let me add this on it.
Well, I hope everybody finish. I can wrap up on my points since I
Okay,
you wrap up. I want you to yell us, and you're going to wrap up. We're not going to just take you off.
Listen, after Prophet Keys insulted Julie Andy, Prophet Keys went to Central. Mo Ali took him there, straight to Nimba, to your friend, the VP, and the picture there, he sat right beside the VP and campaigned with the VP. Endorsed everything. The VP endorsed everything he did. Now he insulting the Chief Justice that we should cry about it. Buchiba Keita. Call. I can send that video so we can play that video. What Buchiba Keita said. From the mansion. The president legal advisor. So I don't think what you bring in, I don't think we should say, and I think Prophet Key is right.
Yeah, we got to go because this is not a topic he was just bringing in. Pastor Moba Cassidy, we welcome you to the show. We'll hear you shortly. I know you're here representing ANC. Can you hear us? Moba Cassidy, can you hear us, my friend?
Yes, I can hear you, if you can hear me.
I hope you can hear us better, my friend. I hope you're not getting...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm hearing you. Can you hear me?
Okay. We'll find out if we can hear you. Wait more. Tama, let's go ahead.
See you. Thank you. And good evening and good afternoon to everyone, colleagues in the panel and our listeners in Radio Land. Look, having a position in government or being a Chief Justice or President of Liberia or Minister, especially in a Liberian context, it is like being a tree by the wayside. And I'm not saying they do the right thing every time. And this is why we have a society that is so polarized and challenged. But a tree by the wayside, some people will pee on it. Excuse me for my French. Some people will use it as a shade. Some people will come and hang on their way to pass. But if you say you're going to back at every dog, I mean, you're gonna run behind every dog that backs at you, you find yourself in leadership role, then you give people like Prophet Key, the relevance that they are looking for in our society. We have the Abu Kamara, law on the books in Liberia that protects free speech. And today, with the advent of the internet, with social media, every Tom and Dick with a cell phone in their hands can turn into a blogger, or they can call themselves a talk show host. We have to show some tolerance. And I'm calling on the Supreme Court to not give relevance to everyone who insult them. Is it the right thing that they are doing to insult these people who are serving our country? Absolutely not. We have a society that needs work. We have a society that needs some rehabilitation.
Jacob, let's get you because we want to give Kanye his time to close. We got to move on. Jacob, you want to add anything?
Oh no, yeah, that's a quick one. I think for me, maybe I'm an ardent believer in freedom of speech. And when you talk about freedom of speech, you see, the thing everyone says, oh, I respect freedom of speech, we promote freedom of speech, I like freedom of speech, and I want to be in a democracy. Everybody can say that all the time. But people are only open to a speech. People only want a speech to be free, a speech that will praise them. No, it doesn't work that way. A speech that challenges you, a speech that pushes you to the limit, especially in the public service. And if you allow that free speech, then that's a test of your principle, of your character, that you actually really believe in free speech. So for me, Prophet Key, that is a way of expressing his freedom of speech. And if I'm in public, like me now, I'm in public space, I write many things, many times, all the time on the internet, and my views, some people don't like it, and they express they have freedom of speech. Sometimes they use very, very sharp languages on me. It really doesn't matter. I'm not bothered by that. I mean, you, Stento, you get attacked all the time. Are you bothered by that? No. People say what they have to say. This is a democracy. We're in a free society, we're in a free world. If you don't want people to use sharp languages on you, to disagree with you vehemently in the public space, then be a private citizen and go to the woods on your farm and shut yourself away from the world, and you probably not see anybody coming there. But once you're in a public arena, you become a chief justice, you become, come into politics. You have to be willing to take a piece of it. So for me, I don't have problems with people exercising their, and even the whole problem or talking about Prophet Key. Prophet Key use this same type of colorful languages on the past government. I'm talking about Mr. Weah, and the United Party people celebrated him. He using the same kind of colorful and sharp language on them now. They should be able to accept it. You can't get thin skin because of that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob. Thank you. So we'll come back to you before bringing the guys on. Let's let you wrap up, Councillor.
Well, thank you, CEO, and I do appreciate the views. I like the fact that, Jacob is prepared to have Musa Hassan Belete's mother insulted, and he calls that sharp language. I'm happy that Kev Hassan believes it is proper if Madam Cloud Weah is insulted, and he believes that is permissible. Because what we're saying is that we are prepared to entertain a society of profanities. Now, people must be able to distinguish between what is critical speech and what is the use of profanities. Our laws provide for not allowing profanities, disorderly conduct. It is on our laws. That's not inhibiting free speech. But the type of speech, what are you saying? When you insult somebody's mother with using invectives and vituperatives, that's not critical speech. That's not drawing conduct into question. It's not saying, I believe there is corruption or there is incompetence or there is malfeasance. That is critical speech. But I dare you, CEO, if I were to use a curse word here or a man curse word here, you will cut me off tonight. Why will you cut me off? Since, this is acceptable, then let's allow us to use it on the show. Let's take Prophet Key video and play it on your platform. Will you allow that, CEO? Will you allow a Prophet Key video to be played on this platform? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying go and chase Prophet Key or do anything to him. I'm saying I'm concerned. The same way, and I have remained consistent. The difference between me and some of these people who are now saying that Prophet Key using man curse, power curse, and all this stuff is permissible today is that I've been consistent. Just how I was consistent with the Yeke issue. I said you cannot allow people to use that kind of language against public officials in the public space where they spew profanity without us condemning it. That's not free speech. Nowhere in the world we allow morality to descend into the pits because of politics. So let's draw the line. And I'm concerned about it. And I think it merits, condemnation. But again, maybe people feel differently. Once it's not affecting their party, but one day they will cause Musa Hassan.
Thank you.
People will come here, and then it will become an issue.
Thank you, Kayo. Thank you very much for raising this issue. And thank you very much, because we got to move on. This is not one of our topics for the day, but we have to just listen to you, because I think when the former culture ambassador, when she was heavily insulted by Prophet Key, you know what happened? This is what happened.
You see the solicitor in the Moreover City Court filed a case on behalf of the government of Liberia against Prophet Key and charged him criminally because he made certain statement on his podcast that me and he felt were insulting to her. It's in the environment on the arrest. So They charged him criminally for speech that he made. The part that I played in it was I called the city solicitor and I asked him, is it true that you have arrested Prophet Key on behalf of the government of Liberia and charged him criminally? He said, yes. I said, on what basis? He said, on the basis of a complaint filed by this lady who said that she was criminally insulted in his podcast. Then I asked, are you aware of the Table Mountain Declaration that Liberia signed, where Liberia decriminalizes the criminalized speech? And are you also aware of the 2019 Camara A. Camara Act, where we repealed all the penal code sections that has to do with criminal speech? He said, well, I'm aware of that, counselor, but show it to me. I said, okay, go and look at it. And if you see that speech of the kind that Prophet Key made has been decriminalized, that people cannot be arrested for it, then your best course of action will be to drop the case. Because you are suing in the name of the Republic of Liberia. You have a writ that says Republic of Liberia, by and through to the ND President Prophet Key. And it is not the government position. This government is not arresting anybody for speech. We don't arrest people for abusive.
I think that way kill your argument, Kanye, as a counselor, the legal advisor to the president, kill that argument when you have a conversation with the SG. We have to move on. I will ask you, call the legal advisor, Bushman Keita, and go address it with him, right? To each his own. Call the Justice Minister, also Twe, and go talk to him. Call the Solicitor General and go talk to him. Go sit with the Chief Justice, right? The people saying what you are saying is not true. It's not a crime. Leave Prophet Key alone. If you have problem with Prophet Key, then I will show you another picture. After he did all the cussing, he started with Katuma Baka. Okay? He shook Joe's hand. So these people felt within themselves that Prophet Key is doing what they call act. And therefore, it's not a crime in our country. If you don't want to watch a Prophet Key show, don't watch it. If you turn your Facebook on and you enter in it, you will hear what you don't want to hear. And that's up to you. If Facebook thinks that it is wrong against the community standard, they will block Prophet Key. The Chief Justice knows the law. The law will be the law. But we move on as we welcome Winfred Russell, Samuel Jackson, Boba Kessley, El Remy Gray, and our brother Dr. Emmanuel George. It's good, guys. We have a couple of topics today, 4 or 5. I hope we can get to them. One is the GMV interview that is going all around. I would like us to start with that interview. We'll talk about the feeding program. We have contract that was signed by a Museum Group involving Joe Moba. 60,000 one of the contract, another contract says 130,000. You have another 160,000. All the money for school feeding program in McGibby. Guess what happened? We went to one of the institutions today. The school name is Francis Kroma Public School in McGibby. Maybe some of you know. Fasia Kroma Public School. And as you can see, homegrown school meals program. 60,000 was given to Joe Moba as per the contract. 60,000. Now, I will share the document. Is this what he built for 60,000? What was the 60,000 given? What was the purpose of the 60,000? I'm going to put all this in our chat room for you guys to see. Contract for the construction of the PSIP School Feeding Center. Listen, contract for the construction of the PSIP School Feeding Center. We went around our school building today. We asked the people, we took picture, we took video. We don't know what he built for 60,000. And as per the contract, it should be completed October 2025. We are in February 2026. Am I correct, Jacob? Are we in February? Go look at it. Go look at the campers. And who is Joe Moba? Nephew to Joseph Yuma Bwaka. The same individual that building the $10 billion project in Foya. How much contract they gave him? All the school feeding contract in the country. We'll get to it. Then we'll talk about the LTMI and the Ministry of Transport. I hope we can get to all three. Let's start with Joseph. Guys, welcome somebody. Tell somebody.
Good boys are back.
Today.
Good boys.
It's so interesting today. Let's have a good show. We're going to start with President Boakai, question and answer, and his reply, his response. When you talk about breaking the people's homes, this is what your president is telling you.
In those barracks in Liberia, particularly the 72nd barracks, there is this issue about those living around the barracks. They are now saying that the soldiers who went there to claim the entire place, they are saying the front view does not belong to the army. Mr. President, do you have something to say about this?
You know, this is one of the things that we have to do in this country. That's why I said to minister to agencies, when you have an agency, make sure, apart from running an office, you know your asset, so the army people know the demarcation, they know what land belongs to them. If they don't, there's a way to determine that, but we'll make sure that the army is not violating anybody's right.
Are you going to reconsider the appeal? They are appealing to the government now to reconsider them, but because
reconsider who?
The occupants.
The army is entitled to decent livelihood at their place. God is not making new land. That place is for the army.
Okay.
And the army is going there to take it back.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
God is not making new land. Jacob Jala, God is not making new land. The army going to take it. That's the army place. I care less about those people. God is not making new land. The government going to take it. That's the government place. District 17, Hotel Africa Road. God is not making new land. Satan, if for Eric Nangwe, he got to take it. God is not making new land. Let's go to Catholic Junction. God is not making new land and no solution. No compassion. You heard the president. The army going to take it. The people going to take the land. Jacob, let's hear you.
Yeah, so I will start by saying that today, I think the president came across in a very, I would say, uncompassionate way today. I think that must be a little bit of a slip off in terms of the tone and the intuition of the president, because first of all, we need to put all of this in context. And I suggested that he sounded a little bit cold-hearted, a little bit aloof to the suffering of many people, many women and children that have been thrown onto the street, their homes razed to the floor, and a great deal of human suffering we've witnessed over the last few days. And I think for the president to come up in such an indifferent way, paying precisely no attention at all to the misery that many families and children and women have faced over the past several days, I think that was a huge letdown from the perspective of the president. And I think there has to be a comeback that will recognize the profound suffering that these people are faced with, and then use the parastatus of government to try to give this family kind of relief or soft landing as a result of what has transpired purely on humanitarian ground. Most of these people are poor, they're downtrodden, they're excluded economically for a long time. Now, first of all, and I'll make this point quickly, we have to go to the very origin of all of this. I'm not going to take long on that. We need to know that a great deal of displacement we witness across this country today, across communities and slum and all of that, was usually largely due to the Liberian civil crisis. And of course, that war was perpetuated by politicians who disagree among themselves and brought a great deal of human suffering across the population. So most people moved around, settled on some of the land, places from the interior, other parts of the country as a result of the war. Now, if we're taking action now, legally speaking, to give people, rightful owners this land, we've made that point here. The disaster relief or the disaster management group, the resettlement in the LPRC the government itself needs to be able to develop a plan or strategy to cater to this, to address the suffering of these people. So I think today the president showed a great deal of lack of compassion, and that was very, very much surprising to me. And I think that sends a really, really terrible message to many families that are suffering the impact of this current displacement that is going on across the city.
Thank you very much, Jacob. Let me bring Russell, welcome to the show. Then we'll bring in Kanye, Uncle Sam, and the rest of the guys. Let's hear you, Russell.
Oh, thank you. And once again, it's great being here, and great to be in the presence of all of you, including those who are watching us and listening to us. Yeah, I mean, it would have been good. Seriously, it would have been great to hear the president show some degree of compassion. Things are pretty tough in the country, but knowing the president and having been in his immediate circle and work with him, I know he is someone who cares deeply about the people. And I think Uncle Sam has referenced here on several occasions that President Boyka is a deacon from, I think, the Baptist Church. So I know he is someone who cares deeply, but the way he came across today, and I know it's sort of like a soundbite or so, but he came across sounding like someone who doesn't have or was not showing a deep degree of compassion for the people who are going through, his people, who are going through some really difficult times. Poverty is something else. I mean, it robs you of your humanity. It robs you of everything. So, and people are desperately poor in the country. Abject poverty is sort of reduce people in the country to mere beggars. And with this situation now happening, with them being kicked out of where they knew as home, and they're going through all of the situations they're going through. I mean, showing at least some degree of empathy and compassion, and I think will go a long way. And I just hope that that would be the message going forward. There should be, like I said earlier, I mean, these things happen. Development is tough. It's a tough business, but we can do it. We have a special kind of situation in Liberia. A lot of folks have referenced this. As a result of the war, we have all of these challenges and problems there. So if we have to relocate people, let it be done in a phased type of way, and not abruptly, but we can do phased relocation or phased removal to give the rightful owners their property or the land back. So I just hope that government officials and people in power, including the president, should exercise restraint and show some deep sense of compassion and empathy. And I didn't think, I mean, that what he said, I mean, the clip that you just showed, it didn't come across that way. So hopefully he will have an opportunity to do it over. His minister can say something that we spoke to a desperate situation like this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, bro. So, Connie, you want to comment? Then we'll go to Uncle Seb.
I want to weigh in, but before I weigh in, CEO, I sent you something, CEO, that on the previous conversation, which I believe was misrepresented, and because we have people in the public listening, I think it's important to clarify regarding the use of language. Stanton, we can hear you.
I'm saying to you, thank you. I'm saying to you, let's finish with this topic, then we'll come to it before we go to the next topic. You'll make your
No,
clarification.
but I didn't want you to use it because I sent you the version of the law, and I don't want us to
So
use it.
Kanyo, we are on this topic. Let's rest this topic now. We'll still come back to you and you'll make your clarification.
So I cannot speak. Okay, you can put it up. I can still speak to it and move ahead on this topic. But if you don't want to put it up, but because the public is listening, I think it's important to clarify. Section 17.3 of the Penal Code of Liberia is titled as disorderly conduct. Under 17.3 can be disorderly conduct is defined as anyone who makes unreasonable noise or offensively coarse utterance, gesture, or display, or addresses abusive language to any person present, commits disorderly conduct. It is an offense of second-degree misdemeanor under Liberian law. This is not freedom of speech. This is when you use abusive language.
So Kanyo, don't tell your government, go tell Bushman Keita,
it is
go
not
tell the
about,
Justice
it's
Minister,
not about
don't tell our
government.
man. Let's get back on our topic. Leave her alone.
Why you don't?
The people that celebrated Prophet Key, you the lawyer,
What?
they are lawyer. Go have that conversation with them.
So what? But you
that discussion between Happy JB, when you go sit out to the whole,
why is Jacob speaking? Stanton, you interrupt me.
You're wasting our time.
Why?
We
How can you
played
say
a video from the legal advisor to the president. You are not the legal advisor. He is the legal advisor.
No, but the legal advisor to the president spoke about a particular instance about how he was charged.
Go back and talk to Bushman Keita. Leave us alone. We are not interested in your conversation here today. Go talk to Bushman Keita.
But Stanton, you being dictatorial, and this is not you.
Let's take
Why
a
would
vote.
we raise a valid issue? Why would we raise a valid issue that the public should be aware of?
We have topic.
And you said
We
no.
have topic. Jacob, do you agree with Kanyo? Should we discuss it, Jacob? No.
Jacob spoke.
That family meeting discussion.
Why is Jacob interrupting me? Why is Jacob interrupting me? Why is Jacob interrupting me? This is not fair at all. It's not fair. The public listen to this platform for valuable information. They need to know.
You know what
that
Kanyo
we are
do?
violating the law.
Kanyo really don't want us, Kanyo really, he doesn't want us to talk about, he doesn't want us to talk about Joseph Boyka saying the people are going. Let me play one more
those
time.
barracks in Liberia, particularly the 72nd barracks. There is this issue about those living around the barracks. They are now saying that the soldiers who went there to claim the entire place, they are saying the front view does not belong to the army. Mr. President, do you have something to say about this?
You know, this is one of the things that we have to do in this country. Although that's why I said to minister to agencies, when you have an agency, make sure, apart from running an office, you know your asset, so the army people know the demarcation, they know what land belongs to them. If they don't, there's a way to determine that. So make sure that the army is not violating anybody's right.
Are you going to reconsider the appeal? They are appealing to the government now to reconsider them, but because
to reconsider who?
The occupants.
Joseph Boyka doesn't even know who to reconsider. They say, are you going to reconsider? He said, to reconsider who? He doesn't even know who to reconsider. My man, leave out Prophet Key Bennett, have our conversation. If you're ready to talk, we'll move on.
I like how you always cut me off, CEO.
Yeah, because we're wasting our time. We got to move on.
You called Jacob to come and interfere. Jacob is heckling me, and you're doing nothing to Jacob.
Okay,
but
so
let me come to your issue. Since I've already made a point, let me come to what you want to talk about.
Let's talk about it.
Let's come to what you want to talk about. I made a point. Prophet Key action is disorderly conduct under our law, and he can be charged. And I'm waiting for him to cause my mind. Maybe I don't want to take
So then let me bring in Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, let me hear you on the president interview today, Uncle Sam. Can't you to waste our time? We ain't want to waste our time. Uncle Sam, let's bring you in. What you make about the president? What you make about the president? You wasting our time. Leave us with perfect key conversation. We move.
Done with that. I just made a comment.
Address the issue. Don't waste our time.
Let me address the issue. Why are you just trying to shut me down all the time?
You were not running away from that one tonight. You were telling them President Boyka comment.
I'm not running away. You're the one trying to skip me. Now let me come to this. You know, I know folks are trying to frame President Boyka's statement in a negative manner. Because if you listen to the full interview, you will understand very clearly the context in which President Boyka spoke. He was responding to a specific question from the journalist. The journalist asked President Boyka at the end of his statement. He said, government got asset. In that same interview from the beginning, I don't know why you cut that part, you didn't put it in. President Boyka said that the government will do all it can to cater to the needs of the people. You need to play the full interview. At the end of that interview, after President Boyka had made it clear that the government will cater to the needs of the people, he was asked a question by the journalist that said, will you reconsider, in other words, allow people to come back on that particular land? That's the question I was asked. And he was emphatic to say, no, we are not going to allow people on land, but it does not mean that what he said earlier was invalidated, that the government will not perform a role for soft landing of the people. Now, it's one thing to say to the government, show empathy and help us to get a place. It is in place. And President Boyka wants that to happen. It's another thing to insist that the resolution you seek is to remain exactly where you want to be. That is a different scenario. And for anybody to take that to score political points out of it, for me, I think that's problematic. We said this here yesterday when we talked about the question of the removers. And I was very emphatic and clear that government beyond the legality has a role to play. President Boyka agrees with that. That beyond the fact that the people are encroaching on land they do not own, the government is the father and the mother of the nation, and they must do something for the people. President Boyka agrees with that. We agree that there are multiple entities of government, disaster management, housing authority, gender and social protection, that have got roles to play to give these people a soft landing. We agree that it's not just about law. President Boyka agrees with that. What President Boyka disagrees with is for you to insist that the solution, I would never, to insist that the solution to, you laughing again, that the solution to the problem is that you must remain on a particular land where you are. Let me give you an analogy because I know you're soon coming up. It's like you come to my house, you say, I'm hungry. I say, oh, my man, I get Doma here to eat. You say, me, I'm not swallowing meal. Go bring me rest. The point is, are we addressing your need? Is President Boyka addressing your need? Does he have the desire to address the need of displacement? He said it in our same interview. And I'm surprised why we have
much, Councilor.
You are saying the way I want you to address my need is that I should remain on the particular property.
Thank you very much. I want to bring in Uncle Sam. Samuel Jackson, it's good to have you on the show, Uncle Sam. We all listen to the President 4 interview. It's online. Go listen to it. Let hear you, Sam.
It is clear that my son, Councilor Kadu Babala, is no longer a centrist, but is a surrogate and mouthpiece of the Unity Party government. Let's just accept the fact. I mean, I've accepted that. I hope he accepts that. You know, because I mean, he's doing a much more robust job than the Minister of Information, and I think he should be compensated for that. So, but let's go to the real issue. Look,
not looking for compensation.
No one's against.
We must fight for our country.
Well, I mean, look, I would want to be I would want to be compensated if I'm doing all of this thing and people slinging arrows at me on a daily basis like that. I'm traveling with the vice president, going to my paternal county and doing all of that. I get compensated for what I do.
Uncle Sam, just continue. Uncle Sam, don't let him get on his thing. Continue. I would say let's stick with the topic.
I'm with the CMC. Everybody knows that I'm with the CMC. I don't pretend to be a neutral centrist and then put up platitudes for the government. I mean, I announced it. I mean, you know, that's who I am. You have to announce your affiliation. Don't hide from your affiliation. This is who you are. You're not a centrist. I mean, you know, I'm centrist. It's that. Look,
Uncle Sam, let's get back to the conversation, Uncle Sam. I don't believe you want to again.
Okay, great. Look, no one is against development, right? But Liberian people have to understand that the city of Monrovia in Montserrado County did not grow organically. In Mawata and the others, you know what that means? Cities grow and they grow with population and then they expand and what have you to do that, okay? But the city of Monrovia did not grow organically. The city of Monrovia was a refuge for hundreds of thousands of people escaping what? War. And they came to the city of Monrovia since 1989 and 1990. That's like 36 years later. They've been sitting in these areas where they live, right? And the last governments, right, Ellen Sirleaf and George Weah, okay, they understood the politics of it, the humanity of it, the compassion of it, okay? This is not law. When an army installation that has been abandoned for 36 years, Camp Ramrod, which is an artillery division or artillery, whatever company or what have you. Okay. Sorry, my internet. So then all of a sudden, and the army was disbanded. The army was disbanded. This is the new AFL. And then all of a sudden, somebody gets the brilliant idea of resettling the army back in the populated area, okay, where the city has grown, where there are commercial activities and all of that, okay, without regard to the citizens that have been living there for 36 years. For 36 years, they've been living there. And they have businesses there. There's a woman that we saw today. She said her business is worth over $500,000. So let's go to Satan. At least the chairman of the Unity Party, Reverend Luther Tappe, showed compassion. He went to the area today. Kindly, you should listen to him. He went there. He interviewed a man that was born there in 1962. In 1962. This is an ancient land dispute that all of a sudden, because there are commercial interests where one side of the commercial interest will go and finance the legal battle of that one side. And you know, you work in the contaminated court system, where this is probably the most corrupt judicial system in the world, where we saw the government of Liberia refuse to adhere to the dictates of the Supreme Court during the battle of the Speaker. You can't talk to me the law is the law when the same government refused to adhere to the resolution of the Supreme Court, and they said they want an interpretation from their own Attorney General and Minister of Justice. This doesn't happen in a democracy. This doesn't happen in an orderly judicial system. So those people who were displaced because of the war, you have not done any planning, no land use analysis, no spatial analysis of the city of Monrovia. You've done nothing. You don't know how the city is growing, okay? You know nothing about how the city is growing. You're not becoming urban, you're becoming city planner. You should go hire city planners, okay?
So what do you make about, we follow this for 3 days now. What do you make about the president's statement?
President Bokar is exhibiting a lack of compassion, and I don't know him to be like that. Okay, I don't know President Bokar to be that. I don't know who he is appeasing, but let him do that. he's displacing voters. And like I said in my post yesterday, you made us homeless. You made us landless. We will make you jobless in 2029. That's all I have to say. On that note, I close.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much. I'll bring in Tama. Tama was here. I'll bring in Kev Hassan, Emmanuel George, Colonel Reverend Great, and we'll bring in Moba Kessley. Tama, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. I did take some time earlier today, and I listened to the president full statement, regarding the AFL land reacquisition. When you just take out that portion, first of all, the president said some good things in that statement, but if you just take out that portion of his statement, it comes across as insensitive for a leader of a country. But here's the problem. Most of the time, we are in a world today, we are in Liberia today, where everything is being politicized. I think the truth in the matter there is, that statement is that, first of all, I'm sorry. First of all, the president is in a position where he has to speak truth to power, no matter who is involved. So in that statement, he spoke truth to the people who asked for a reconsideration, because the AFF people are also Liberian citizens first, and that's the truth. It's a hard truth. But in any country, Stanton, in any country, and this quote I think is attributed to Gandhi. They say the measure of any country's greatness is how they treat their lowest or poorest or weakest citizens. And Togo Marshall added that, especially in times of crisis, this is when our president needs to show compassion. And the truth is there. What he says is the truth. But we have a land crisis in Liberia. We have a problem. And most of the time, we are not addressing the problem. We are dealing with the symptoms. We are reacting. Our leaders are reacting. That's the problem here. So this is a government versus private citizens. Why took the government so long to repossess that land, that piece of property from these people? And Liberian citizens have gone there, they have bought that land from other people, other citizens, and they have land deeds probated by the courts. That's the problem we are having. Where the justice system is not working for the common man, where government is slow to act, where our leaders are not aligned with the day-to-day issues that are affecting the people, the bread and butter issues. That's what we should be talking about. When you see people are angry in the street and they are reacting on social media, I saw a woman crying bitterly how her property has been taken from her. She's invested worth $500,000. You know how long it takes to build a $500,000 property? It's not 1 year unless you have inheritance or you are a good business person, you've been successful. It will take you years of hustle. So we need to address the real problems in Liberia. We need to address the land problems, Stanton. And I hope our president and the land authority can really address this issue holistically once and for all.
Thank you very much, Tama. Thank you very much. Who's next? Is that you, Kev? Go ahead, sir.
Sometimes when you listen to people, I don't know, because maybe we're from a poor country, so sometimes people just sell their soul. The Papa say that is their place. They will go and get it. That is their place. He already said, we are no investigation, nothing. The army own that place. But let me ask all you guys on the platform. Is this a private army we have in Liberia? Or a government army? And the army is for the people. Let's say that the army place, granted. So they should put the people out on the street so the army can take it. What about the president with immediate and between the army and the people, and say, you know what, talk to the army, the defense minister, talk to the chief of staff and say, look, we have 14 years war. People are displaced. What we know about military will go and build places for people. We have seen it around the world. The military will go in places, build these tents, and help people. That's what army. But under Joseph Yuma Boakai, the army is private, that his own personal property, the military, and he said that is their place. When the journalist asks him about the people, he said, who? Basically, he's saying they are not important. That's what he's saying. Who? He knew who they was asking for. But he just said, who? That's a back talk there. That's a chick. That's a chick. He gave the journalist and walked away. The army supposed to protect the people. I thought the army would go and help and build places, homes in different country. So what we understanding now from this government, who I feel Joseph Yuma Boakai is ruling by decree, that I feel, and that's what we're seeing, that the army is private. You're the government, you're the president. You can talk to the army. The army should displace the people. Is the army private? That's my question to all of you guys on this platform. Can somebody answer me today? The army is private, because that's what I get it for Joseph Yuma Boakai. Send to arrest for that.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Dr. Emmanuel George.
Yes, Senator, I'm excited with my brothers who are trying to put lipstick on their speak. Whether the president said all the beautiful, glowing remark or not, at the end of the day, what he said at the end overshadows all the good words he said. And that's why leaders are trained to be very, very cautious of what they say when they are speaking in the public. When the president was vice president, there is a road that passes around his house. His house is encircled by government roads. We used to drive on that road when he was vice president. When the president became president, they blocked the entire street and they said that his property. Like the same president telling all about land today. Look, as I said last night, President William Arrow Tubman built, for those of you who didn't hear, he built Stephen Tubman Estate, Ghana Bay Estate, they call it, Bannersville Estate, Cabra Estate, New Georgia Estate, Matadi Estate. And in those estates, he was also building schools before we overthrew him in 1980. In Bannersville Estate, he built the E. Jonathan Guri schools. That's a president that have vision and have the understanding that we need low-income homes so that our people can have a place to live. And when they have the place to live, their children will have to go to school, so they might have school facility there. With all his excesses, President Boakai served in government for 42 years. So in this 42 years he was serving, Samuel Doe was president. I think he had only the new side of Matadi Estate that we call New Matadi. He was serving as vice president for 12 years. They went to Broadway and built a 70-unit place there. That's the only thing they had. When President Boakai became vice president in 2005, Liberia was the darling of the international community because we had a wonderful president that was loved by the international community. In that 12 years, he was also the head of the group of 77, taking care of the disabled people in our country. He had a budget in the vice president office. So he should understand this thing better than most of us Liberians. So no one coming to underplay his statement. That statement was heartless and it was selfish because he also benefited from taking land that the fence that he had around his house now that he have encroached upon. He also benefited from it. And now people are saying you take personal property. No, it is the duty of government to allow our people to have low-income houses. So that point one. Point number two, I said it last night on the show. This government said they created 70,000 jobs in 2025. So our senior brother, young brother, whatsoever category, Mo Ali came to define how the 70,000 jobs came on. He was telling T so that T can understand this is how we got 70,000. Don't picking them that selling on in Singapore right now.
But let's stay with this. Let's stay with this topic. I beg you.
That's why I ended on.
No, you don't have to bring it about 70,000 jobs. Now we got to
because
do this.
government is not creating the environment for people to have jobs in this country. So most people will not have money to get the low income that they are not
So
providing.
the president's statement I want us to stick to is very important. Cassidy, let's hear you. Then we'll go to Conor Gray. Cassidy, let's welcome to the show for the first time. It's good to see you. You from ANC, of course. So let's hear if you will do the ANC thing.
Thank you, Stanton, and thank you to everyone. It's good to be on the show today. I hope I'm coming out clear this time. When I listen to the president of the republic, for me, a couple of things the president displayed. Prominent among them will be the lack of sympathy for the ordinary Liberian citizens who stood in the lines and voted for him. But most significantly, what the president has shown is that this government does not have a plan. So if you have a project of trying to relocate a group of people who have lived in a particular government property for over 30 years of their lives, you should have a plan first for how you're going to remove them. Secondly, how you're going to address the chaos that come out of that. Thirdly, what you're going to do to ensure none of your citizens who are going to be relocated sleeps in the street, because you are serving the people. You as a president should not go to bed and sleep peacefully when any Liberian citizen does not have a home or is sleeping in the street. But the president is telling us that it is okay for the army to have a home, but its citizens should sleep in a mosquito-infested place, or they should sleep in the streets. They should be attacked. There's lack of security. So there are a lot of things to pick from this, just speaking from the human point of view. The government failed to plan. That's why Liberians are asking, what are you doing? This shows lack of leadership, because if we have to ask you, hey, what is the redress for the people you're relocating? You have already failed the people. You should have had a plan. Every citizen, including those who are living in our place, should have seen a plan from day one to the last day of moving the people out of what is the AFL's barrack. And then we wouldn't be asking you these questions today. But more besides that, if the AFL were to move in today, they will literally have to break down every structure in our place. Stanton, it's going to cost government money to break down those structures and move everything they're breaking down. Again, that is not a good way to allocate money. You can take that money you're using to break down structures to actually clear one of the free spaces all over Montserrat County and build new structures. But now you got to invest money to break down the dilapidated structures. You have to spend money to move everything you're breaking down. And then you are wasting government money. Why can't you take the money you're using to break down those structures to invest in the people and give them money? Take care of your people. You have to put the interests of the people above just your anger.
Thank you very much. It's good seeing you on. Conor Gray, let's hear you. Welcome to the show, T. Wanakari. Conor Gray?
Yeah, good day, Stanton. After 178 or so years, we're still saying people should use their religious value to offset the law. Tomorrow, when we have an Islamic president and he start using Sharia law as his own value religiously, we're going to be crying. We're talking about compassion, some more religion. Talking about a man has no sensitivity, no feeling based on religious values. Somebody says a deacon.
Meanwhile, there's a separation of church and state. Today, we want the president to use his Christian values to govern the state. Tomorrow, we'll have an Islamic brother on the throne. We'll frown at him if he goes on to use Sharia law. Let's be careful what we advocate for, because advocacy of today could become the norms of tomorrow. And from what I hear, it's like Liberia will never move out of this decadence where people will, I don't want to use the word politicize everything, but how on earth? And we tend to make a criminal act noble because time has passed. You move into a government structure, a military installation for that matter. Who goes and put the house in the mouth of a military installation? Are there no zoning? This issue has perverse for the last, since 2011. Go back and look. We're saying that the people have been there too long. So if they move there illegally, whether it takes 20 years later, that's an illegal act. It cannot be a noble act. So why are we fantasizing someone's criminality in the first place? Look, that is not to tell me that I will not use some value to see whether I can relocate. Well, some of these people, I think the government should use some of this opportunity now to depopulate Monrovia. Send the people back to where they belong. Some of them, look, some of these folks are farmers that will be growing crops. And if they don't belong in a certain area, you squatter when you don't have a place in the community. You squatter. And now that's typically what is happening. So we say now it's illegal to move the person who moved illegally. Look, this is why this country will stay for a long time when we have this kind of messages, because you know what? Once we're not there, we tend to politicize it in ways that you're pitting somebody to be guilty when the guilty one are those who move in illegally.
Thank you very much. Colonel Grace says, send the people back to where they belong. Wow. Send the people back to where they belong.
Yes. Wow.
They put a chill in my spine.
Yeah.
We look at our fellow. Excuse me, sir. You're feeling that I want to do my closing, Chief. I beg you, we all you will have your time again. I want Liberia to just hear one of our own, because we left Bon County, Grand Paso, Lofa, Nimba, Bomi. You came to Monserrate. Colonel Grace said they must send you by the way you belong. You belong to Monserrate. Send the people back to where they belong. 12 years, President Barker served as vice president. Didn't President Barker know that we have people squatting around some of the second barrack? Didn't he know that? Now, let me ask some fair question. I beg you guys, let me stand out. I like to hear myself when I'm speaking. We are creating problems. And if Unity Party government thing is the right way to go, carry on. It's okay. Break down all the properties, all the homes, and make people cry. Display people in their own country, Jacob Jada, and put them on the street and send them to where they belong. They belong in Monserrate County. They belong in Magibi. Send them to where they belong. They will tell you where they belong in 2029. When I read Uncle Sam post, I said, who? That's powerful. When you hear somebody say, send them back, who you think about?
Yeah. Yes.
Kev, can you beat yourself, please? I beg you, no disrespect, please. How can I be in Monrovia as a Liberian? Then he said they must send me back to where I belong. What kind of argument is that? 12 years as vice president, president of the Senate, next in line of the presidency. President Barker today knew that those people were hanging around on the second barrier. What was President Barker's intervention then that could have solved this problem? What was the advice of Madam Salif then that could have solved this problem? Today, President Boaga is the captain of the ship, the pilot of the plane. What is he saying right now? Oh, no. The president said the military will take it. You like it or not, it will take it. Just imagine our president not being compassionate enough to say, my fellow Liberians, I can feel your pain. I'm hearing your cry. I've instructed the National Housing Authority. I've instructed disaster management. I've given order to LRRC to find an immediate solution to bring those people back, to have an emergency meeting, Jacob Jetta, emergency meeting, that we should find a solution to this crisis. It's a fierce urgency of now. Immediately, the person who have said, I know what's going on. I know mothers being homeless, so the children have to leave school because they cannot be in a community no more to go to school. I feel your pain. I've heard your cry. And I've come to say to you, I have asked my director, my minister, to emergency cabinet meeting to address this issue and give me reason why I cannot fire them. But no. Some of us that support Joseph Boaga said that we don't belong in Montserrat County. We should go back to where we belong. What's going on? What's going on? The president slipped. The president messed up on this one. The president threw a ball that they call fumble, and it was fumble. He can't pick it up again. The people have heard him. Go to NTA community, put them on the street, break down their homes. Do it. Continue, Jacob. Yeah, go ahead. Tell them, Jacob, yeah, go ahead, do it. The day of reckoning is coming. The day that people will say, it's our time to speak. I thought the president was going to say, let me say this to all my fellow Liberians. I'm going to the executive mansion. I have someone an emergency meeting. We'll address this issue. I've asked Gafwan and everybody else that we can find money in the budget to solve this problem. That's our problem. The government should do for her people what her people cannot do for themselves. And that's the message. But you heard the president. I'm going to play one more time. If you have not listened, I'm going to play one more time. Unity Party is in trouble. I'm not talking about
information.
Luther Tappe said now, acting like, he's a sympathetic one. No. Luther Tappe is on scan. I'm not talking about him. Unity Party, I will give you the few seconds, Uncle Sam. Unity Party is in some big trouble here, my Liberian people, because people are watching, people are listening, people are seeing, and the people are saying, okay, we will wait. God time is the best time. The opportunity comes but once, and we will have our opportunity and we'll respond. Uncle Sam, we gotta go. Let's hear your interjection.
So I just want to talk to my friend Conor Gray and ask him whether he knows that Camp Ramrod, the original deeded area, is 37 acres, and they're only reclaiming 14 acres. Is he aware of that? Are you aware, Conor Gray?
So we will go, Uncle Sam. Let's go ahead. We're done with it. I don't want to open another thing.
I just want to ask Conor Gray whether he's aware that Camp Ramrod was 37 acres. But they're only reclaiming this time only 14 acres.
I was also a logistic person. So I know everything about the military camp. Everything about military sites.
Okay, so I'm asking you, it's just yes or no. Are you aware of that?
He said you know everything. Let's move on. You know everything. Was a logistic deputy minister, assistant minister. Let's move on. It's important to say, guys, thank you very much. Your comment is necessary as you post on our live feed. Thank you. We want to hear from you. Again, to be fair though, because we really got to bring in the other topic. 30 seconds, please. I'm going to watch the time. I'm sorry, T. Wanaka. We have a full house. Maybe I will also want to bring you in, but right now, I beg you, just stay in the back for a second. I will give everybody 30 seconds of watching the clock, or maybe a minute will be sufficient to have your closing on this one. You have listened to your fellow panelists, and maybe you want to make some correction. It's time for you to speak. We'll start 1 minute. Everyone, please. Let's start with Winfred Russell.
Yeah, thanks again, Stanton. I don't want to belabor the point. I would just move because a lot has been said already about this issue. And like I said, I will reiterate what I said. I don't think the president, the president has an incompassionate heart. The clip that was played, it didn't come across very well. So hopefully there will be an opportunity for redo. So I would just leave it at that. But I think the more important thing, and I think Uncle Sam and others may have touched on this, is just the lack of planning, of zoning. And we've talked about this, we've written about this, all of the different agencies or entities in the country that's responsible for zoning and restructuring the city. And I agree, it's true. Monrovia was built for about 500,000 people. It did not grow at its current size organically. And usually, even where I live in Brooklyn Park, you have a phase development of the city.
Thank you.
And so we need to revisit that. So I do agree with Uncle Sam on that part.
Thank you very much. Your 1 minute, Uncle Sam.
Look, everybody wants development, and we should have development. Okay, but the government cannot. Okay, because the government is part of the three branches of government: the executive, the legislature. Because the executive is responsible to enforce those things when the legislature put the thing there. So it's the police that go there, right? So my thing is, since December 24, 1989 to January of 2026, 37 years, we've driven through 72nd. We've seen the development that the people are making. We saw that road that comes from 72nd SKD, Umede, Otar Road, right? We saw the development of the Police Academy Road. And then people started to move in those areas and build their houses. The government did absolutely nothing. And all of a sudden, and Conor Gray, you're the military guy, you can tell us, why is it important now to have the army resettle in the populated area in 2026? What is the strategic reason for that? What is the strategic reason for that? What is there any urban guerrilla war that is pending or whatever? What is pending that we have the military now to be situated in the civilian area that has grown for 37 years?
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let me come over to you, Brother Jacob Jala, and we'll go to Emmanuel.
Yes, thank you. So from the angle of my party, the Citizen Movement for Change, the CMC, and of course, Musa Hassan Bilete is our political leader. We as a party feel that, we share in the suffering and the misery of thousands of Liberians that have been thrown on the street as a result of the current situation. It tears our heart to see Liberians, displaced in their own country under such a very traumatic situation. We saw many of the videos. We saw pictures from Satan, people homes razed to the ground. That is the height of stress anyone can go through, homeless in your own country. So it's so sad. Again, we make the point, and I will expand on the point Sam made about development. We are on the side of development. We love development. Our party is a party of development, the CMC. Musa Bilete is a man of development. He is contributing both party resources, private resources towards the development and transformation of our country. We understand that, but there is a humanitarian side to this. We are people of also deep compassion and deep love for our people, and as a government, we require that the government will use our tax dollar, because it's our tax money. Liberian people pay taxes to the government to ensure that they can protect and stand by them in a moment of deep suffering. Organize temporary shelter provide some kind of leeway for these citizens. In the case where it is government land, in the case where it's private land, we understand they want to code rule and the people have legitimate ownership to their land. But the government has to mobilize resources and show extreme compassion to these suffering people. Thank you.
My brother Kyle, let's give you 1 minute, sir. Let's close on this.
Well, I'll end as I started. There was a full interview that the president conducted. And even outside of the scope of that interview, the president is on record for wanting the best for the people of Liberia. I think this attempt to narrowly focus on a specific question that was asked the president, and that question was, can you reconsider these people to go back to that land? The president was clear. No, I don't believe they should go back. Does it mean that the president is saying that the government will not intervene to assuage the pain and suffering of the Liberian people? I do not think so. President Boykai is on record for saying he's going to do well by the Liberian people, and he is doing well by the Liberian people. All the other comments we hear coming from Sam, Jacob, of course, there's opposition CMC trying to politicize and squeeze political points out of this particular incident. So those who did not listen to the full interview and other excerpts, when you listen to them in tandem, you realize that the president's response was at the tail end of that interview. And sometimes, you know, it's just so disconcerting. I think there are valid issues that can be raised about governance in our country, and Kev and others should find those valid issues and raise them. But when we take a statement out of context, because you want to present the president as being apathetic, as being uncaring to the Liberian people, because in 2029 there's an election, and you know, Sam Jackson was clear. You saw a Facebook post. Don't vote in 2029. So everything here is about election in 2029 instead of people who genuinely care about the interests of the Liberian people. President Boykai has a mandate to lead. I think he is leading very well. He cares about the people. And I know very well that they're going to intervene on behalf of those people who were removed. But to use this isolated response to a single question about whether you will allow them to come back on the land to paint the president black like he doesn't care, I don't think that's going to fly. And I disagree with those assertions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Emmanuel Josh.
Thank you, Stanton. Look, it is true that the government of Liberia owns the land in 72nd. It is true that there are people squatting on that land. It may also be true that some government personnel and functionaries sold that land to some of the people who are squatting on that land. But what is true also, it is that it's the responsibility of government to provide low-income housing for its citizens. What is true also is that we have 20 years of civil crisis, and many people left from various parts of rural Liberia and came to Monrovia. And most of those people, after 20 years, they don't even know where to return to. It is also the responsibility of government to increase the opportunities for the thousands of students that are graduating from high school and from university to have a job. And it's also the responsibility of government to make sure that citizens are happy in Liberia. So yes, all the factors that the president and others enumerated are true, but the government continuously fail us because no one in the government in the last 20 years seems to understand that it is important for us to work on the social growth of our country. Social development is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kev.
Stanton, there's a place that our mothers used to go and pray for peace in our country. After the war, place for there empty. We have people living in zinc brown homes. And during President Weah tenure, he said, we need to build something there. We need to build something on a particular field. But one thing I would do, I'm not going to build that beautiful park and let our people sleep in that zinc brown home and watch that park. You see, the first thing I would do, I would change their lives. President Weah built homes for them. Not only build it, he furnished their homes. And not only furnish it, he gave it to them free. That's what President Weah did. Can you know? He was a spokesman. He talked about it all around the country. Free. That's what a president who will stand by the people, who love his people, will do. Will do. But Charles Walker Bromskin warned us about Joe. He told us about Joe. He said he's a wicked man. That's what Bromskin said. And Kanyo was in Bromskin camp at that time. And Kanyo buttressed Bromskin. And Kanyo said Jose Iman Boka was a wicked man.
That was a blatant lie.
You are LP. You are Liberty Party. You supported Bromskin. You
but I did not say
no, but you never questioned Bromskin. You
Kev, we got 1 minute. Your time is up. You want to talk on the issue let's phone for?
But
everybody
that's the issue.
So let me bring it. Thank you. So let me bring it Colonel Gray. Colonel Gray?
Yeah, Stanton, that's it. If a man can look at the state resources, $35 million and invest it on a plane that takes him alone somewhere, somebody who is coming to clear government infrastructure to following the law to make things right, and then people are complaining. That's the kind of world we live in. Somebody who built 47 colorful condominium that are ruined there. They come, they say, no, it's not 47, it's 17. 14, 17, 20, 47. Once you use the resources just to one's benefit, it's wrong. But, you know, vexingly, people will sit down sometime and praise Captain Traore. You don't think Burkina Faso citizens are being displaced? But you know what? That's the conscious decision you make when you move on a land that is not yours in the first place. You think Gerald Rowland was just playing around Ghana? When you go to Ghana, and we'll praise all of those places. Go to Guinea today. Liberia should be the only place where they'll leave people to squatter on government infrastructure. And when people take, somebody saying, why today? Baka was not in president 11 years ago, 12 years ago. There were others. And these are the kind of measures they render. That's why the country just looked that way. Others are running away with development. We still, people come to build zinc shack all over the place on government land. And we say it's wrong today because they've been there so long. If you stole yesterday, no matter how long you kept it, it's a stolen property. It can be retrieved. People, look, some people want to go to heaven, but you know what? When nobody can judge me that I will not go to heaven because I enforce the law. I'm a Christian guy. I pray. But this is not about Christianity or religion. Like I said, tomorrow, when a Sharia law guy gets there and enforce Sharia law, we'll start yelling from all sides of our mouth. The president is enforcing the law, and that is exactly what I expect a president to do. It should have been done a long time ago. While people think about the next election, they play yo-yo with the law. And I like this president for that. Stanton.
Thank you for your comment, Colonel Gray. Tamba?
Yeah, thank you, CEO. My conclusion is going to be on this topic is going to be solutions oriented. And I understand the president spoke well in the most part of the statement. And that component I talk about is low, maybe a Freudian slip. But development comes with pain, whether you like it or not. Development comes with pain. However, as a government, you always have to be responsive and show empathy to your people. Doesn't matter where they are from, doesn't matter how long they've been on that land. And I will blame government because government should have been proactive, should have acted a long time ago. You cannot continue to kick this can down the road. This is also what the responsible presidency is. Even though there's challenges around planning, there's challenges around implementation of some of these things. But this is being accountable and taking responsibility and taking the tough actions. Third, we must go back to the 2018 Land Rights Act that clearly stated out what we need to do to address these land issues across Liberia. And one of the recommendations in there, in fact, into the law, not recommendation, is to digitize and modernize land records and ownership across Liberia. We have the technology. Kenya has done this and they have been successful. Other countries have implemented these technologies so that people are not selling and double selling the same piece of land multiple times and pitting citizens, neighbors against neighbors to go and duke it out in court. We have to stop that. And then finally, Stanton, our court system, our justice system is slow. It's failing our people. They have to be able to look, if they need resources, additional resources, last year they got what, $20 million in the budget, and this year, $20-something million. We have to find a way to expedite it. We talk about corruption cases, land issues are a serious problem across this country. Government need to be proactive. We understand that development comes with pain, and we understand that this president is no longer kicking the can down the road. He's taking responsibility and making things happen. But we'll have to do it responsibly, showing our citizens empathy. If we put George Manor we are today and Black Eye, we will stay win.
Thank you very much. Moba?
Thank you, CEO. You know, in a country where over half of your population live in poverty, over 31% of your population live on less than $2 a day, it is not okay to kick people outside. In a country where majority of your citizens are sleeping in darkness, it is not okay to kick them outside. In a country where your health sector is failing, it is not okay to kick them outside. In a country where we should be very deliberate about our plans and ensure that we are addressing the fundamental problems affecting our people, it is not okay to kick them outside to provide housing for soldiers who already have housing at this stage. And for people to come on this platform to look at our legitimate discontent and our legitimate advocacy for our people as inconsiderate or as politicizing just tells you humanity has left people who are supporting this government. Where is the human being that's inside you? If that was your mother who was kicked out today, would you be happy? Would you be saying what you're saying? If that was your brother who's going to sleep in the mosquito, whose life is at risk around that 72nd area, that is one of the most insecure places in the entire country. And you throw your citizens outside and you think it's okay that you tell us God is not making new lands. He's not producing new lands. And we should clap for you. And when we talk about it, you think we are politicizing? No, we are not politicizing. This is not about politics. This is about people. This is about our brothers and sisters. This is about our sons and daughters. How are they even going to go to school if they cannot sleep in homes? How are they going to take shower in the morning to go to their classes? So, Mr. President, you failed our people by not planning and strategizing to ensure that you provided an avenue for them to be able to survive.
Moba, are you in Liberia or you also in Liberia? Moba, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm in the US. I don't know what's happening when there. I probably have to change the decision. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm going to tell Emmanuel Jones to give you a better internet. Verizon will be better. Comcast. I don't know which state you are in, but welcome to the show. I would do my closing like this. It's disappointing. It's heartbreaking. Somebody said, well, you listen to the full interview. You listen to everything. What did the president say in the interest of those that you want to kick out of the land? What really did he say? Seriously. Oh, you just called someone a part of it. But everybody listened to the president. He went ahead and took his nephew, who is the chief of staff, they hang around the lecture, they spoke PC. And the president said, you can cry tired, we'll kick you out. So can somebody just help us though? What did the president say? I'm eager to know, folks. This is not a game. I just want to know, what did he say? Did he say anything that they're having a meeting, they're going to relocate these people, they're going to resettle them? Did he say anything? I pause for a second. How long have this been? It started with Hotel Africa. Today they said they give the people $3 million. They're going to go ask the lawmaker. Lawmaker, they whip that one. Easy money. Whether that's true or that lie. Easy money to whip it. You know, you're nothing. So Joseph went there and cry. The money they gained, they whip it. The people said display churches. People not going to school. What did President Boaga said today? What did he say? Did he say, Jacob, can somebody answer me? What actually he said on behalf of the people that they're breaking their homes and kicking them out of those properties? What did he say? Jacob, maybe I listen to somebody else. Can you help me? Are you 10 seconds on my time to you? Can you help me, Jacob?
No, of course. Kanye is here putting words in the president's mouth that he didn't say. The president clearly didn't say that I'm going to call a cabinet meeting. I'm going to instruct my agents or the requisite entities or agencies to take humanitarian action to try to address the situation. He didn't say that. The best the president said, oh, okay, you know, Ghana making new land. Oh, we understand Ghana making new land, but we're in a particular situation, particular context here.
Let me say this to you, Jacob. Let me grab my time back. The president gives the people cheek. That cheek.
Yeah.
That don't care talk. I mean, this is wrong. Mothers are crying on the street, man. Babies are left without homes. And the president giving the people cheek. He said, but God, I'm making new land. You want new land, go to heaven. That way you get plenty of land filled with gold and silver and diamond. On earth, the president said, forget it, God, I'm making new land. The president get the people cheek. No interest. You can cry tired. So, I mean, those of you, let God help us, man. I mean, you know, sometimes you want to talk, people say, oh, Stanton, you got to come down. Come down where? Everybody waiting for President Boaga. You know, the president, the first time talking about the land issue, though, he get a poor cheek. He said, God, I'm making new land. The first time talking about it. He tell the person, yo, stay down. He said, yo, cry tired. But you know one thing as I close, and understand well. Those people will come back. President Boaga will go to District 17 to campaign. The people will remind him. You come to District 17 to ask for my vote. I will not give it to you because you make my children display. You took my children out of schools. You are not compassionate. You didn't do what Jesus said you should do. There was no compassion in you. So you're not my friend. And Jesus said at the end of the day, I will say, depart from me. I know thee not. You will not get my vote. Depart from me. I know thee not, Mr. President. The president will go some the second. And you have this big rally. And the people will remind Mr. President, you broke down our homes. When we were hungry, you fed us not. When we were naked, you clothed us not. When we needed shelter, no. You said, God, I'm making new land. Depart from us. We know thee not. And I'll tell you the truth, the day is coming. So Unity Party can change this and find a solution. Kanye will be laughing at you the more. I guarantee you. Kanye will go by to Joe Manuel and apologize. And he will say, Baku, you strong. And they will drink beer and they will drink Hennessy. And I can go tell you, he will be laughing at the leadership party. So on this note, I rest. But let's move a little bit though. Let's
So you
move.
believe Joel should come back?
Let's move. I believe anybody can come back.
Oh, you believe that? Why you moving in the first place?
Wait, man. They will finish. Don't argue with me, brother. If Joel come back, the person will come back, you will come back. I mean, believe it. Whether I believe it or not, you will come back if the people bring him back. What I have to do with me?
Trump came back. Mahama came back. But the CMC is there, which is an alternative. The CMC is an alternative.
Colonel Gray, let me say this to you, Colonel Gray. If we continue to have the fear about Joel coming back, and we cannot do the right thing for the Liberian people, that fear will come to reality. If we continue to have a fear that communists want to come and take over, or the Musa ability that you are pointing to that he will bring Sharia law, that you don't want him to come back. And I can tell you, my brother, and you hold on 1 minute, brother. You know we can
led by the religious values.
And at the end of the day, Colonel Gray, the Unity Party failed to do the right thing. Then your fear will come to reality. They will come back.
Yeah, but the right thing is to get people evicted from.
If you want to get people as a government, you get them out and you find a place for them.
They're not evicted.
All right. So, but we move on. Let me bring this one. I know you don't want us to talk about it. Let me put this guy up. And I want to ask you guys. You guys know him. His name is Joe Moba. He's a nephew of Joseph Yima Boyka. That's him. I put something in the chat room. Maybe you guys have seen it. And this is hard, folks. Go back in the chat room and read the contract between Joe Moba and Museo Group of Company, the company he owned. This man is the man that was given the money. The allegation was $10 million to build the FOIA project at Joe Moba. Some of you know him. That's Joseph Boyka's nephew. $10 million FOIA project on a cover today. No documentation, no hair, no tape. But the people are watching. The same Joe Moba was given all of the feeding program. You remember when Joseph Boyka said we feed some people in the country? You remember in the Sonia? All of the feeding program. It was given from the Minister of Education, Jasso, that was named the minister. Give him all the contract. The document we have in McGibby, because that's his company. So let me put this up because you say, what's they not talking about? Contract for the construction of the PSRP school feeding program, feeding center. You can see it. I'm not making up story. George, and you can read it, you see that, George? It's there, very clear. The contract is hereby made and entered into this 15th day of October 2025 by and between the Minister of Education, represented by its Minister, Dr. Jasso Bakri Jala. Year in the afternoon, and referred to as the ministry, a Muslim group of companies represented by its Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Joe G. Moba. You see the contract? Am I missing something? Where is the data? The data got to kind of tell Dr. George. Am I missing anything? No, it's there. That is school feeding contract. Let me put this on for us to talk, then we'll continue. The one President Boyka said they're feeding 200 and some schools across the country. Plenty of millions of dollars. They enter into a contract with Joe Moba. They enter into a contract now. They got to go feed the people children. But look at what the contract say. Construction of the PSRP school feeding center. Where's the feeding center? Did they build it? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I'm trying to put a man up for you to see. The school in McGibby, the school name is Fasia Kroma Public School. That's one of the schools in McGibby. You go in Kakatan area. We sent our guy there today. You want to see the school? We'll play the video. Oh, they get a man $60,000, ladies and gentlemen. That a feeding center there. Go there. Emmanuel Joy, you start laughing, man. We'll kick you out of the program. I can see you laughing. Please don't laugh. $60,000 feeding center. Unity Party, you tell Unity Party to continue. Joseph Boyka nephew, Joe Moba, they gained $60,000 of Bay Feeding Center. Read the document. That is school. That is school there. Anybody from Kakatan, from Magibi, don't know the school. That is there. We send people there today. We got video. The people will talk to you. So as you read the contract, the ministry desire to can somebody read this thing for me? If you can, if a little, we got to zoom in, please. It said the ministry desire to apportion funds towards that something. Can you read it, Emmanuel George? Let me read it from my phone. Let me read it from my phone. It's very important that we read it. And I want you to see the different school. Emmanuel, can you see it better?
Yeah, I think I can. Let me see. Whereas the ministry desires to apportion funds towards the cost of the procurement for construction works for the PSIP school feeding center for the flowing schools, Fasiama Kroma Public School, Reverend W. K. Moore Public School, Malota Public School.
That three.
All located in Magibi County under Lot 4.
Yep.
Under the contract pursuant to IFB number MOE/SBS.
Forget all that yama, brother. Bring us up to speed.
Yeah. So, whereas the Ministry of Education through the bidding system identify Mano Group of Company as a suitable construction company with the requisite technical know-how and experience as per bid requirement to perform upon request of immediately the needed procurement works, construction of PSIP school feeding center, as indicated in the bid documents, which shall form a cogent part of this agreement. And whereas the service provider is a business registered under Liberian Corporation laws and having its registration office in Monrovia, Liberia, participated in the bidding process by submitting bids inclusive of pro forma invoice. And whereas
so let's fast forward because it's a lot. And thank you, don't experience. Let's come to the money. Just for that first, right? Let's talk about the money right there. $60,000 if you come to the bottom. Right? PSIP School Feeding Center, Fasia Kroma Public School Magibi, $60,000 USD. It's right there. We will share this on our page. We got a lot on all of the contract that were given to him. Let me bring you up because we got to talk about this. Kanye ran away. They want to be for Kanye. He ran away. He cannot take this one. This is Winfred Russell. We've been digging, and I will play what the people said from that school. Let me play the first one.
Are this school be doing school feeding program?
Yes.
When was it?
Year and last year. They've been doing school feeding program. At that time, the school was packed. Almost 500 students were in the school. Yes. To my surprise, this year they said they were coming to sing into you here. And today we can see our brother come before all that. We're talking together.
So is the school feeding program started when?
Year for last. Yes, honestly. Yes.
So it's still continuing?
No,
they have to stop it.
They post start to it because the other food they brought. That was they.
Okay, so bear with us. We'll upload everything. We had to cut it. It's a long interview they had with both of them. And they said the other food they brought, I want you to hold you right there. The man said we're writing, you will hear from himself. But the contract to construct a feeding center, right? Then we'll come to why the food got rotten and why they stopped. The people themselves will talk. But Brother Russell, to construct a feeding center, We went around that whole place, Russell. And everything we saw was just this. And the school building, nothing else. The school building been there. This place been there. Look at the contract, Russell. The same contract for the construction of the PSIP school feeding center. There's none. Help me, you read the document. There is no feeding center that was built. They didn't construct any feeding center. They cannot point to that because I will let you hear from the gentlemen, two of them that are over there, right? 60,000 United States dollars. We still want to find where the money went. But this is they have these documents. It's not only in Magibie. Some places it's 130,000. Some places it's 80,000. We send our reporter, we can't see any. The money was given to them, they signed a contract, and the contract had a time date to be ready. Nothing. Russell, let's hear you. Under this government, even the Department of Education, the Ministry of Education, they are involved in clandestine behavior.
Yeah, that is definitely unacceptable. I visited a number of schools around the country in the southeast section of the country, and I can share with you pictures, and they look very, very deplorable. So I think it is incumbent upon the government to launch an investigation, a thorough investigation, to see where the money that was allocated, especially this one you just showing out to Malgibi, the $60,000, where those funds are, how have they been used, and so we need to get to the bottom of this. So I would encourage the government to step up. Again, nothing you've shown so far, and I still have time to go back into the group chat and read the documents once you put them in there. But at least from what you've shared, it is troubling. It is troubling. And listening to the gentleman their talk, I mean, this is something that warrants a thorough investigation, Stanton, because it's not good to see a school building in this day and age. Any facility attached to a school looks like what you just shared. I mean, the picture you just shared. I mean, it doesn't look good. But since we're on I know we're going to move on, but since we're on the topic of schools and K-12 education, I think I've mentioned to you, maybe it can be something that Spoon can to do. We have some lunch trays and boxes of books. So we can donate and give some of those books to some of the schools out there who may need them. So we have fourth and fifth grade books. So they can contact a Spoon, and we can try to find a way to give those books out. They're all textbooks.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. We will go back to this contracting. There's a clear contract between Monsieur Group, Joe Moba, the nephew of Jose Imambwaga, and the Department of Education. Sorry to say department, the Ministry of Education. And yet we are today saying, yes, indeed, $60,000 went where? We went all over there today. We cannot find a contract center for the feeding program, but $60,000 walk. Talk to me, Uncle Sam.
You know, Stanton, I haven't done an analysis in terms of the billions and tens of billions that I've poured into this country since the end of the war in 2003. The US alone, minimum $5 billion. And then the OECD countries, probably in the tens of billions, right? I had the opportunity in 2009 to go to at that time was 64 districts in 15 counties, right? And to see the depth of I mean, just decrepitude, just abject poverty. And I go to school, I go to schools, and I see cattle, goat, excuse my language, goat feces in school buildings, and the children sitting in that school building. I had a team of 2 people that I sent to Sano about 2 weeks ago for 10 days to do some socioeconomic study for some consulting thing I'm doing. The pictures came back. So from 2009 to 2026, how many years is that? 17 years? Almost 20 years? 23 years post-war, my Liberian people. 23 years post-war. What is it that we have, we're doing to ourselves? 23 years after war, we continue to live in such decrepit poverty. The children are the least fed, in West Africa. Maybe we're only like second or third to Niger and Chad on the continent in terms of for health and nutrition. The reason why we have such lack of capacity in our country is because of food insecurity. Because if you don't eat a balanced diet, and everyone knows that, let's just be very clear about that. You need a balanced diet for your brain to form and for you to be able to concentrate, for you to be a scientist, an engineer, anything that is complicated that demand complex calculation, you need to have the brain to form. And the brain cannot form without the basic thing. We are underfed in this country. And then they gave you hundreds of thousands of dollars to feed children, and you divert that money into your own pocket. It's worse than a sin. It is not even a cardinal sin. This is like genocide. This is genocide. This is absolute genocide when you are relegating young people to the early grave. Because if you don't eat well, you don't have good health. If you don't have good health, then what? You have what? You have a shortage. So guess what? In Liberia, the average life expectancy is 62 years. Less than 10% of the people in this country are over the age of 65. Think about that, my Liberian people. When you think about people diverting monies intended to feed children to the pockets, they are reducing the lifespan of individuals. They're causing the country to shrink in terms of its mental capacity. So that's what you should be thinking about. Thank you very much, Stanton. Over to you.
I'm going to play this other video. We'll bring you in, Jacob. If this government can do something, it's over. It's over. The president left you taking hundreds of thousands of dollars to build places for a school feeding program. And instead of going to build those places, you cannot find them. You cannot find them. This is not about opposition or imposition. This is President Boubacar nephew from Mosiengu. They own him. President Boubacar got him. And then at the end of the day, I want you to just, my fellow Liberians, as you watch us, listen to the gentleman as he speak on this issue. And imagine our country when people just intentionally destroy our country. They gave him $60,000 for that campus, for Sia Kroma Public School. The contract layout, contract for the construction of the PSIP school feeding program in the amount of, look at the bottom, 60,000 USD. And then listen to what they built. Not me saying it. The people at this campus, Jacob, what they're going to say, they will tell you the $60,000 work.
Let's say the PSAT was 4.
So everything was poor.
Everything
The
was
chief,
poor.
the post up the aid,
Yes.
you're not cooking.
I was sure the people need me.
The NGO boy.
Yes.
But they say the bill won't structure here for cooking.
Yeah. But the structure is so.
You mean that's small the kitchen?
That's not the kitchen. The kitchen, they get that place studio.
Yeah.
Time for cooking. The smoke can go off. We put in your phone and the heat take to you.
Okay.
So that is structure they pay here for us.
It's too small, man.
It's small.
Yeah. So Fasia Kuma, I'm sure I existed for years now. This is
So, Jacob, you see the $60,000 structure? You see what actually people will say, what's going on with this government, that people get vexed? You see the $60,000, my fellow Liberian, this is $60,000 that were given to Joseph Yeman Boakai, President of the Republic, nephew, to build a feeding center. The Minister of Education gave him the money, not only this place. Tomorrow we'll show you the other places. We have all the documents. What would President Boakai do when you give a man $10 million to build a 4-year project? $60 million, this is what you're going to get. This is what, I'm not saying that the document speaking for itself. The people are angry in Magibi. They are saying the food that was sent to them was rotten. They couldn't eat it and they told them to throw it away. But imagine 60,000 United States dollars given to President Boakai's nephew. 60,000 went in his pocket. Please go to Fasia Kroman School for the children, for the babies, that they can find something to eat and go build a feeding center. Jacob, and this is what they said it was built for the children. Let's hear you, Brother Jacob.
Yes, Stanton and everyone. You know, I have a career in development study of doing development work, at least for the last 8 years. And part of that work, working for international organizations, you know, kind of took me across the country, you know, delivering projects, you know, doing project assessment, and of course, delivering development programs as a consultant across these 8 years. If you go across this country, Monrovia is fully documented, we're all here, but you see the degree and the extent, you know, of abandonment, of misery, you know, across this country. You know, it is a great crime. You know, it is extremely criminal, the degree to which, you know, we fail to really develop our country, to transform the life of children. And here we're talking about education. And people try to find out, you know, why, you know, is the country backward, why we're not making great strides in technology, in mathematics, in physics, in engineering, in medicine, in philosophy, in all of the great, you know, activity that expands the human mind, that indeed takes a country and makes it a civilized nation in the world. If you ask all that question, why are we not making leap and bounds, we're not really transforming our life in the country? This is the answer. You know, this is your answer to that. You know, look at, you see the public school there. That is a school we expect to produce great minds, you know, with great intellects, with great intelligence, to build this country and to transform the country, not only now, but in the future. You know, it's a huge crime. It's a huge national crime. It's a huge disservice we do. And when you talk about school feeding, Sam talk about that. How do you expect an accurate development of the human brain without proper nutrition? It's impossible. And that's why you see some of the kids, you know, you go, you meet them, people say, oh, they're shy, they quote unquote, sorry to say, dumb and all of that. and they're not able to do simple calculation or arithmetic, they are not afford. They are victims because they've not been able to have access to the right nutritional value, nutritional content, at least to lead to the development of the brain in a way that they're able to deal with complex mathematics and all of that, or complex reasoning, or even simple reasoning. So this is the problem that we have. And I think like Mr. Boaga and his Unity Party, JMB, went across this country to campaign that they were going to rectify some of these things, some of this great injustice. And so if we see pictures of the local, I mean, listening to the video, and they generally ask the guy, where is the feeding school? You know, what is the feeding center? And the guy said, this is the feeding center right there, you know. So it's sad, you know, it breaks any well-meaning Liberian heart to see that kind of thing. And they look at the school, in fact, and it's not strange to some of us who've seen this across this country, even right in Montserrado, you've seen that kind of like abandonment. You don't have to go too far. A rare Universal Library campus, yeah, Capitol Hill, where the executive mansion is closed door. The University of Liberia looks like some kind of museum, you know, in the Middle Ages. You go there, you see the walls are unpainted, the classrooms are in terrible state. We're not serious as a country. We're not serious. And Mr. Boaka campaigned here said that will not happen again. But after we're in year 3 now, and we see that really happening. So we're something radically different. Some are quite tired of, you know, repeating the same old failed thing, and we want to see something fresh, something new. We want to see something creative. You know, Liberian presidents of the last, even before the war, in the last 20 years, they've not really done anything really remarkable to change the direction of this country. So we want to see something more creative, something fresh, something different, you know, from what we've seen over the years. So I think it's a huge letdown. The Unity Party, you know, has failed the country so far in the last 2 years, 3 years now. We have 3 more years. I don't know what kind of magic they can pull out of the ark, but you know, all over the place, it's been a huge failure, and it's a huge
again, I want to say thank you, Jacob. It's Dr. George. Let me bring you in, then we can go to our brother Kanyo, Kev Hassan, and the rest of the guys. Everybody just get a head hanging. They didn't feed them because all the food were rotten food. They $60,000 structure. You are looking at it. The people are angry. They say yes. They smoke. Another George. The president was so proud to say we are feeding students across the country, but I ate it. Contracts given to his nephew to build structure for feeding program. That you look at it. Emmanuel, what's going on, my brother? I mean, can we do the right thing for the sake of the future generation? Oh gosh.
Yes, then it's frustrating, the story and what the conversation that the journalists held with the individuals at the school. But I'm looking at this contract, right? And I'm reading some part of it. If that structure is the structure that the $60,000 were invested in, then they have not started it yet. They have not. Then they are lying, because this contract says that it was to start. It was signed on the 15th of October 2025, and is to last for 4 months. So it means that they have 10 more days to complete this work. Is it possible? Is it impossible? I don't know. By the time I know, I'm at TC. We spent 3 days building.
They get them with this. The Met is the jet.
No, for the contract. The contract says that it's 4 months commencing from the 15th of October. The date it was signed. So he got 11. Today is the 4th. So they got 11 more days to finish their work. But if that building is what they're showing to say that is 60,000, that building doesn't look like it was built before October. It doesn't look like any construction work have taken place on it. So if that is what they're showing to the Ministry of Education, that is a big problem. The second thing is that Jacob and some of us have worked with nonprofit. The code number on this, I may be wrong, but the code number of the project start with IFB. So I'm assuming that it's a World Bank project. And with a World Bank project, is that you have to send your invoice for no objection at every phase of the project. So if we are at the 4th of February, and this 60,000 have been disbursed or not, it also means that there is some kind of conniving going on with somebody in the Ministry of Education that is on this project management team that is making the World Bank not to object to funding this project when we are at the 4th of February. Finally, it is alleged that the Minister of Education is a relative of the President of the Republic of Liberia. And if it is true, it means that she's giving contract to her relative, and that is conflict of interest, and I think it's against the code of conduct. Thank you.
So let's listen one more time, and then the rest of the guys will come in. Someone just texted me and said we can find out from the World Bank here because it was done under the those people, the Zoom line. People dug behind them when they gave them free money, and they discovered that there was massive corruption. So we can find out. We can find out, and we will. We have that conversation, Emmanuel George. We'll reach out to the World Bank over here and make sure that they are not duped. But let's listen. The person that what we built, listen.
But they say the bill won't structure here for cooking.
Yeah, that is structure is so.
It means that's small the kitchen.
That's small the kitchen. The kitchen. They get that place you do.
Yeah.
Time for cooking. The smoke can go off. We put in your phone and the heat take to you.
Okay.
So that is structure they pay here for us.
It's too small, man.
It's small.
Yeah.
So, Emmanuel, the people that are there, that are living there, that see it, they see that the structure they built, 60,000.
Yeah, again, I'm only speaking from my experience.
You still get them 10 more days?
Oh, I mean, as per the contract, and Kanyo is the lawyer, the contract, it says that if 4 months effective from the day of signing.
I've seen it. I'm going to put it up. You're
Okay,
right.
good. It was signed on the 15th of October. And the 4th month, the lawyers here can correct me, the fourth month should be the 15th of February. So they have 11 days to complete the project. But looking at the building, Stanton, that's where my concern is. Looking at that structure, if that structure is what they are reporting to the Ministry of Education, and someone in the Ministry of Education is accepting this structure does not know like something that started in October or December. This structure look older.
You said that the people that dead say that the structure. Let me say this, right?
Again, we don't know where the conclusion is coming from as to when it developed. I'm just looking at the structure.
I understand, and that's why you see Alex spoke talk.
They may be right, they may be wrong, but looking at the structure.
That's why Alex spoke talk, right? When we receive all the documents of all the contract, private and public contract, I have all the documents. All the documents. Uncle Sam, we hate you. Some of the contract that we start putting on, Uncle Sam, then I think that we are going to dangerous ground. These people use contract to steal money. They are using government contract, people in those ministry to support money to them. This is true. And I couldn't have this conversation. We went there. All the other school building, we went there. Now we'll get outside of the feeding program contract and go to the real contract. You will see something, people will open them up. I would do it. For the president name to be out there, that the president nephew, Monsieur Group Joe Mobile, gave him the contract, FOIA, 10 million, Kev came in. After FOIA, 10 million, gave him all the other feeding contract.
But I thought I'll be again.
So 11 days to build.
I mean, on the show, Kev got seniority over you, but on the show.
My man, I find friend let me go to how they call it closing argument and get seniority. Yeah. Capital, he go stay in hotel, yeah, man, enjoy.
Keep focus. Don't get distracted. Keep focus, guys.
Come in West, they delay me, they bring them in front of me. They that closing argument, I don't know what you can do here. Here, all force us to crack out the show here. You go jump closing argument. Then you come out here again.
So 11 days, right? 11 days to build a state-of-the-art kitchen. You know, over $500 million from the UN by Kofi Annan to the Unity Party. Billions of dollars. And then we find it strange to believe what the Unity Party is doing. For me, it's not strange. That's the Unity Party there. I said it from the beginning. And I told you, Uncle Sam, I said the good old boys are back.
Okay,
Yes.
Cap. I have to come. Our reporter are on the scene right now, and they are watching the show. Emmanuel George, they didn't build anything, but they pointed to that old building. That's the building. They pointed to the old building, the building the man said they built. It was built 2020 under George Manawea. This government didn't build anything. They took the contract, right? And we got to. And again, let me tell you something. The principal of the school will be speaking to the principal, and I hope they ain't run away. The food I was sent there was rotten. The food was rotten. They used the old building and said that's the building, and they took the $60,000. Can you imagine wickedness? So everything people point to, Emmanuel, you were very smart when you cut it. That's 2020 kitchen shop.
Mm-hmm.
What they took, you say get 10 days. They're gone. They took the first food there that was rotten. The people couldn't eat the food. You know the other place they went? Let me find the other school name. 3 schools. You called the name already. We read them here. And we'll be there. We'll show to the people. It's even.
So sometimes you're saying they're going to places, they're flashing it, and they're showing it, and they collect the money.
The flash. The real. That dimension.
They're going to flash it. Boom. They go.
That dimension.
Yeah. Kevin, still on Ghana that are being turned down flashing.
But a BN government is a bunch of BN. Seriously. They go and flash. They show it.
So the man that's scrap man. That's also scrap man.
Can you imagine that the whole government take a contract? I see where Karen was engineer to get it on. I don't disrespect you.
I would never get mad with Kanyo. I know my boy. He's so right. Venture and I will be in the studio and tell you that. I know my boy. Do your hustle here, Kanyo.
Sorry,
never see me criticize you.
It's still all about Kanyo. Sorry.
Yeah, because
let me go now.
You know, the government are BM government. So if you smart, you can go there.
But can you imagine as per the contract, Kev, as per this contract, I want to bring in Kang and the rest of the guys will be serious again. Contract for the construction of the PSIP school feeding center. $60,000 for Fasia Kroma Public School. 60,000. Kang, we'll keep this or we can see you. Let's hear you.
Well, can you please take it down for a bit?
No, Karen, we can see you. We can see you, Karen.
Are you sabotaging me all day? You got kept there, you coming off, you muted me, you let it kept to be talking across the floor. Then you come out and you pull contract in front of my face. Then you say,
No, because I don't want you to say. Listen, I don't want him to say anything contrary to the contract. Yeah, the contract is there. Let you see the contract before you talk.
No, CEO, I've seen the contract. They move the contract. When I gave you my law to put up, you put it up. You say we want to continue. Now I want contract, and you want to put contract in front of me. That put a contract one side.
And this is the person that get a contract to Kanyo. Joseph Boakai nephew.
I see that as well. They retire in the honorable president of the Republic of Liberia.
Oh, that's something like gravy brought from the papier with the ma isa. Like papier under.
Kev, stop playing. Kanyo, let's say you.
Okay, please tell Kev to go on closing argument or be quiet. Fine in front of me. The man dancing the night and morning, the man disappear. The boy strong. Anyways, let's go back to the issue. You looking left? Now you gotta talk about Kev.
You eating your time. You eating your time.
Yeah, we gotta go. The other people gotta talk. You got 1 minute left, please.
But Kev interrupted me. They're not closing argument yet. Anyway,
but I had T looking sorry for on the show, so T have not spoken yet, though. But anyway, go ahead, Kayo.
Oh, you deny me opportunity. You control the show, so I gotta wait.
Let me start.
Can you eat more mat? So can you talk more than you?
Kev doing, right? You see what Kev doing? Look, Kev, give me the opportunity to speak. Well, first thing first that I want to put on the table, it is reprehensible. It is bad. It is not good when our children are deprived of their rights, whether it is by feeding, where they are entitled to by contract, whether it is the construction of edifices, schools, etc., that should benefit them. It is not a good thing when that does not happen. And I would never support something of that nature. And I believe President Boakai will also never support something of that nature. I'm just convinced about that. You will have to take me to the stake to believe that President Boakai will support somebody collecting money, whether his cousin or not, siphoning money, and not doing the work for the money on behalf of Liberian children. I don't support that. We don't support that. The president doesn't support that. So let's be clear about that. There's no governmental support whatsoever, as far as the president is concerned, or from me as a person, for eating money that is destined for students, for our children. No. President Boakai doesn't support it. I don't support it. Now, what is at stake here is connecting evidence to a contract. It's very important. And the two things, so far as I've observed, evidence presented, are not speaking to each other. And I think it's important for those who watch the video and see the contract to also follow that line of argument and make the connection. There is a contract for the construction of a feeding center. We agree. There's a contract awarded to Muson. We agree. There's a contract awarded to Joe Moba. We agree. Because Joe Moba is the president's cousin, does not make the award of that contract wrong under Liberian law. We agree. However, people are asserting that that structure shown in the video is supposed to be what Joe Moba would have constructed. But so far, you've presented no evidence to show that that structure presented in the video is what is being described as the work to be done in that contract. There is no marking indicating that it's a project. Dr. George mentioned something that I agree with. Funded projects from the World Bank are labeled properly, in fact, for attribution purposes, so they know where the money came from. These projects are giving signboards to show where the money came from. That little kitchen that was shown has no markings whatsoever that indicates it's a Liberian government project, needless to say that it's a World Bank project. So as it stands, we got two documentation. One is a video conducted by a school reporter speaking to somebody from Fasia Kroma School that points out a structure that looks like, the olden day kitchen. In that video, in fact, the person who points out the structure does not mention who built the structure. They said they. Who are they? We do not know. That video does not say anything about who are they. Additionally, the structure does not have any soundboard that says it is a World Bank funded project as being implemented by Muson Group, which is the normal process when such projects are being implemented by the contractor, showing where the money came from and the proper attribution. Jacob, despite his CMC opposition business, will agree with me on this one. So there's a major disconnect, and Dr. George, I don't know how CEO managed to radicalize you, but even when you're getting, on the extreme side, it doesn't suit your personality. It's difficult for you to do it. But CEO has managed to radicalize you. I don't know how he did it. I mean, maybe, Kev is on the other side too. He now closing argument, fine friend like me. Yeah, and they all the thing up in the hotel there at Boulevard. But anyway, let's come back to the issue. The issue here is that we got a video, right, that shows some kind of kitchen, right? It shows a kitchen. That video says they built this kitchen. Who built the kitchen? We don't know. Who are they?
So can I?
Is that project in the contract document? We don't know.
Let me ask you a question because we gotta go. Let me ask you a question.
Very quickly, last point, CEO, last point, because I mean, I'm alone here so far. So we need to go beyond the video and the contract document. We got to marry the two. Chain of custody, the evidence got to speak to each other. We need to establish from the contractor. Mr. Joe Moba, you are the cousin of the president, but it doesn't make you any less Liberian. You are entitled to contracts too. We gave you our contract. There is a controversy regarding the contract has been raised. Where is the school that you built? Let the person come and provide the evidence.
So thank you very much, Kayo. Kayo, and I agree with you.
Is the evidence? It's difficult.
Kayo, I agree with you, and I believe that you were distracted lately when we spoke, and we said thanks to Emmanuel George. Sometimes when you come on the show, stop playing around. This is the reason why CDC are not losing the election, because you play too much, right? That's why CDC are not losing the election. But let me come back. It was very clear what we said. You agree that we have a contract, Kayo. You agree that we have a contract, right? And you agree? You muted, Kayo.
No, you the one mute me, so I couldn't speak.
Okay, Kayo, and you agree that we have a contract?
Absolutely. What is there looks like a contract. No, I'm not validated it.
Correct. So it looked like it is. That's a contract. It was signed. The amount that was presented on behalf and for 60, hold on. And for Fasia Kroma Public School, there we see it. And we confirm that this is Fasia Kroma Public School, Magibi County. We confirm that, right, Dr. George? We're trying to connect everything here now, right?
Yeah,
and we spoke to the people that are there, the caretaker of that campus. They're there, they live there. And they told us the food rotting, they have not gotten food for this new school year. Wait, sometimes you gotta listen. You can never be my lawyer in Liberia. I will end up losing the case. Just listen. Okay. No at the end of the day, we have established a contract here. Liberian people will know who the contract was awarded to. Jose Yima Bwaka nephew, the same individual that did the $10 million project in Foya, that same year. His name is Joe Moba. We established that Joseph Bwaka nephew. Now, let's talk about whether the contract was done. And I give it to you, even like Emmanuel said, if they have not done the contract, but they received the money, they get but 10 days. As per this contract, right, Jacob Jala? As per the time frame. Wait, brother, wait. We got to lay it out. I want to satisfy you. As per this contract, 4 months. Emmanuel George said it right. They got about 10 more days left. For that campus that we are looking at to have a feeding center, as of today, if we consider that there is no feeding center on that campus, it means they have not done the contract. They have not implemented. They have not built a feeding center. Okay. But man, we'll pass you now. Let's bring other people in. So at the end of the day,
I thought you wanted us to have an interaction.
No, you are not the one.
For Kanye, there is no new structure feeding center on our campus.
And at the end of the day, at least we did our best to make people understand that there's a corruption here. Now, we move to the next place, right? And thank God for Emmanuel George. He recognized the other school. Emmanuel, what did you see the other school campuses? Well, where are they, Emmanuel? I think you just called some of them names.
Yeah, they are in Magibi is Reverend WK Moore Public School.
WK Moore Public School and
Mawoda
Public School. Anybody in Liberia, in Magibi that know about that school, go there and ask. 130,000 were given to the same Monsieur group. 80,000 were given to the same Monsieur group. Go and ask whether you see any building, any center called feeding center.
So, I have a question.
Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, I want to find out from the reporter, did they see any new structure on the campus there at Fasia Kroman?
The only thing that people saw, you heard from the man, I will let you, the man thought that I seen old kitchen.
Yeah.
This kitchen.
Exactly, that's what the guy said.
There's nothing
So
new.
I'm not getting Kanye's position on the
So,
matter.
so let me say that. But I agree with Kanye. I agree with Kanye that he gotta position himself and speak to this issue, because I beg you, Mobile, I know I will bring you back shortly. Let me bring Asido in, and I'll bring you back for your closing. All right, Mobile Cassidy?
Well, you're going to closing, CEO, and you have not given the chance.
I'm not going to closing. I'm just asking to excuse me.
Pass me quiet. I'm not going to speak. Just let me know so I don't have to. We did it last time, and it's continuing. So I don't want to know if that's, you spoke to something that I have knowledge on.
Anybody here want to speak? Let's take a vote. Do we want him to speak?
Well, I haven't spoken either. So
no, I'm not saying you. Talk about you have spoken since the show started. T have not spoken. Anybody want you to speak? Please put your hand up. If you don't want him to speak, we can ask him to go home. Go ahead, man.
Okay, I mean that's humiliating and disrespectful, but I will use the couple seconds you give me. Let me just say,
I have done this with everybody. No, man, no. We are not Mark Blawan yet. Don't get vexed yet. We joking on the show. We're taking a vote to allow you to speak. It's not disrespectful.
But the man getting fat in Morovia. The man getting fat.
Stan, let me use the 1 minute. Let me use whatever time I got.
What kind of fake gold ring on your finger?
I tell the circle you get.
Yeah, I agree. I got it from what am I going down the street? No, but let me get to the issue quickly, right? For me, fundamentally, there is a serious problem in this country, especially when it comes to projects, government or foreign partner sponsor projects. There's a problem with it. Years in, years out, we've seen people finding ways to steal from the people. But what I want to say, first of all, Dr. George, thank you for acknowledging that what we saw in that video does not look like something from the last 3, 4, 5, even a year. It looks like something from a long time ago. And when we are talking about the struggles of children, when we are talking about the idea that people are stealing, every opportunity that they get, they steal, that's not something to make mockery of or to joke about or to try to score a political point every time. There is a problem in this country, and Jala, you spoke well, Jacob. You spoke about how World Bank project and foreign partner projects all across the country. You talk about the last 8 years. What I want us to understand here is that the problem that have existed in this country, even in your time with NGOs, Joseph Boakai did not create those problems. Those are problems that he promised to solve, and people that he gave contract to. Yes, Spoon Network and other platforms are doing a great job. But I think, like Kanyo said, they should go deeper and do a further investigation, to be able to determine whether money that was given was used for the intended purpose. And finally, here quickly, when it comes to the implementation of projects, there can be reasons, out of God, and so many things can happen. And people who implement projects can always ask for extension. Am I by any means trying to find justification? You receive $60,000 to go and use it for a project, and people receiving food that was damaged and the feeding center is not built. It's wrong. But I think the due diligence should be done Spoon is a private institution, and you guys have done a great job. But if you have the opportunity to stand, I think you should encourage your people to go further. The points that the lawyer emphasized here were very important points. You know, speak to the people who's supposed to have done the construction and say, hey, within this time frame, you should have done this. Did you do it? And that's how together we can all fight against the corruption that, you know, is minimized.
Go speak to them tomorrow. I'm not calling them. You there? Go speak to them tomorrow. They are in your party. They are in your party. They are in your little party.
Bring it. You come tomorrow. Come to us.
Yeah, but again, can you already that closing argument? Yes. So Stan, I think that
you can't tell us tomorrow.
So in the end, for me, I think that further investigation should be done. What about Spoon? What about whosoever? I think that when you receive public money, there should be accountability and there should be audit.
Yeah, we hear that. The thing I want to say to everybody, when we review the rest of the document, you will understand that people stole from the government, people stole the government resources under the pretense that they were building a school. And that's the fact. Make no mistake, I can say to you, I'm not going to chase somebody to say I'm going to do the kind of investigation I ask and do. They should go explain now. The listener on Spoon is all over the go explain. $60,000 for Fasia Kuma School. Nothing was built. You got only 10 more days.
30 seconds.
Go ahead. Yeah, I gotta bring Ed Remington and the rest of the guys.
Yeah, but let me go 30 seconds. I beg you. I heard a young man there, Mr. Fangalo, talk about Joseph Boyka is not responsible for the World Bank project or the aid or what have you. Excuse my language, my Meridian. This is patent nonsense. There is the Busan Declaration for Aid Effectiveness. I'm sure that Emmanuel George and other people who work in development will know about. The Busan Declaration. There is a division within the Ministry of Finance and Development Planning that does the coordination for aid. And it should make sure that the aid, the donor aid that we get, because it's in our name, to make sure that there is an efficient deployment of those resources. That's what they call aid effectiveness. Joseph Boyka, 12 years as vice president and now 2 years as president, he's responsible to ensure that any aid that comes in the name of Liberia, whether it comes from the United States or whether it comes from OECD countries, Japan or anywhere, must be applied. And there must be a project completion report. Am I lying, Emmanuel George? A project completion report after the project that determines the social economic benefits of that. That's what they call a PCR. That's what development aid is all about. Why are you lying to Mount Mary to say that the government is responsible to determine how World Bank money is spent? It's the responsibility of the government to make sure that the World Bank, any aid money is spent for the reason it said that it's spent. Busan Declaration and the Accra Agenda. Thank you very much.
Tama, please come in. Colonel Gray, we got to go. We got to make this drive. Thank you, Chief Tiwanoka.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO. When the CEO shared the information in the chat room, I reacted with one word. I was like, crazy. It looks crazy to me to even, Dr. George have said it, to even believe that structure costs $60,000. It's mind-boggling. And I'm glad that the facts has been established. That's not a structure that was constructed by Mr. Joe Marvel's company. But what is troubling here for me is not just this one school, which feeding center hasn't been built. According to the contract, the stipulation, it clearly says that the contractor commits and guarantee in the contract, guarantees that they're going to complete this project within 4 months. Guarantees. Where's the guarantee? So for me, it raises question. If there's a guarantee that having been met, and respected by the contractor, what is the sanction for a contractor not holding their end of the bargain under our laws? 1. 2, this Joe Mobile name has come up again over and over in his connection to President Joseph Numa Boakai. This is where affiliation to leadership or to the presidency, if Joe Mulbah at all can be proven that he took the money and he doesn't do this job, they didn't do this job, he didn't complete this work, then it's troubling to have that linkage and that relationship with the president. Third, how many other schools or government-funded programs, whether it's through IMF, whether it's through World Bank, and governments still have oversight, that have fallen short, like this project or these 3 projects that we are looking at Margibi today, where the leakages are happening, where contracts are being awarded, and there's no performance. We still believe that this president is on the job and he's going to do a better job. But we have to find a way, Stanton, and I'm always solution-based. And I think in the coming months, I'm going to start saying, if I were, we have to start holding people accountable when they sign contracts with government. The same way they hold government accountable to pay them, to perform. We have to begin to hold people accountable when they fail on their responsibilities to carry on these public projects in a timely fashion. But also in the community. Stanton, I bring 20 years of international development experience. We're playing international education and infrastructure was one of our key signature projects. We work with communities, we develop programs and management committees who have oversight, in addition to our engineers and supervisors who work in the field with them. What does that mechanism look like in Liberia? Who is supervising who? Who is controlling? How is this working?
Again, Tom, I'm sorry to cut you off because it's after 7. We want to squeeze in one small topic. Again, sorry for that. Let me bring in Colonel Gray. The fact is that the contract was signed, the contract was awarded to Joseph Boakai nephew. The money was given. There is nothing over there you can point to with 10 days left. 4 campuses, 3 campuses, 2 campuses. We went there, nothing, but the money gone. Where's the money? Or where's the center? Colonel Gray.
Stanton, you look at the contract. The contract was signed October, sort of the last fiscal period of last year. So that tells me this is a post enforcement contract. In other words, it was not meant for 2025 budget. If I'm looking at this closely. So when you say 4 months, is there a pre-finance program? Was this, but it shows that the budget came from World Bank. I would assume that it would be for 2026, 4 months. Because it was consummated, because it was signed 2025.
Why are you assuming that it's 2026? Why?
Because 2025 fiscal budget year the lapse. That was the last quarter of 2025. If they sign a contract, it means it's post.
But the date is there. But the date is there. Why are you trying to?
Yeah, the date is there, but
when it said, yeah, but I beg you, they said October 2025. 4 months from October 2025. How will you spend it to say October 2026?
No. Stanton, it depends how soon they make good of their side of the bargain.
No, it depends what the contract say. That's a bonding contract. And depends how well and how soon.
Is it from the time
Emmanuel, with this conversation now, like great.
Don't give my time to Emmanuel.
No, I'm not giving you time. I want us to have some Great, hold on. Great, I beg you.
Barbara is NGO. Let me speak to
Great, we have
Barbara is NGO. Stanton, you do this all the time. Emmanuel has spoken.
Emmanuel, what kind of conversation is this, Emmanuel? Right? That it is
because that's why it's all about.
We have
you can bring Emmanuel later. Let me finish. Bring him later.
Great, you were saying
to your argument.
Great, but can we have some argument here?
Yeah.
You want to schedule your own argument?
No. I want to finish my point I'm making.
Your own argument.
I want to finish my point I'm making. Have that courage and wait.
No, you have the courage because we have
the same way I can sit down and wait for people to finish. borrow from me, borrow that character, that trait, and be like me.
Go ahead,
Sit
Greg.
down there and swallow it up.
I will write it down, Greg. Go ahead.
So I'm telling you clearly that this contract was consummated on the last quarter of fiscal year 2025. Does that mean the budget to pay for this contract was also inclusive in that 2025? If we're at the last quarter of the fiscal year, how can they accommodate a budget for a contract that is post? In other words, after the fact. My brother, in as much as we want to, beat on people who are criminalizing the system, that's why I frown on people who can encroach on government land and cajole it. Not because the name Mobile attached to President Barker, so this should have more steam than people who doing the otherwise. But here's the deal. Every project that is undertaken by some of these international agencies, one of my studies I did, these agencies, this international agency are some of the most corrupt in the hemisphere. So if they will have to see the monitoring and evaluation, they have to go and see the contract and make sure it meets the stipulation before they pay. It means people are conniving to gang rape the state. So somebody said, the Minister of Education, yes, the World Bank too will have officers that want to put money in their pocket. Have we done this due diligence? And for how long was this contract supposed to last? It has not even taken up account. It just probably just provided the financial wherewithal for this contract to go forward. I mean,
thank you very much, Colonel Gray. So I will stay go with my question, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, the contract says October 2025. Is there anything to say October 2026, Emmanuel? We're not hearing you.
Yeah, there's nothing but Colonel Gray. I mean, you raised a great point, but can you read? If we go to
Gray, start reading the whole thing, man.
Obligation 2, right? Obligation 2. It says serves for 4 months of the annual year 2025. If you go to obligation 3, it also says request in a most timely manner, but not exceeding the annual year 2025.
So thank you very much. Colonel Gray is not reading it. He's cherry picking to make an argument that is not unique to this conversation. You cannot go into a bonding contract and you say, because they get maybe no. So let me come and bring you, Colonel Gray, that's okay. Colonel Gray, I don't want you to agree with me. We're having an open conversation. Colonel Gray, it's not argument. You don't have to agree with me. The people will decide who they agree with. You get a contract in your hand that very clear that you're injecting 2026. What kind of contract you get in your hand? You say that 2026. It is a 2025. Isaac, let's bring you in.
So I think it sounds very discouraging to hear people defend evil. It's discouraging to hear people defend evil. And these very same people come on the show every day and pretend like they like Liberia. How do you like anything and defend this evil you are seeing? This evil, how do you defend it? This is not wickedness, it's past wickedness. How do you use a bold face to defend, to say anything in defense of this evil? This reminds me of the second boot that the police, constructed when they first came to power. Everybody remember, right? Did you know how much they said they put aside for that? Has anyone seen any other construction of that second boot since after that time that one was dedicated around the Boulevard Junction by the president? Thousands of dollars. How can somebody take other people's money, 60,000, and bring untold wickedness to the people? But we have someone in our midst defending this. Where's your conscience? Even if you want to defend something, must you defend everything, even if you are seeing the evil in plain white? The contract says it very clearly. The contractor shall complete
the construction of this required PSRP school feeding center in Magibi County as awarded by the Ministry of Education in 4 months. And the 4 months starts from the day every party affects their signature. That's what it says. They affect their signature October 2025. What is 4 months after that? What is the argument? What is the defense? What you want to show, like, oh yeah, I can defend it, let me just go and defend. This is not good. This is not fair. This is wickedness. Look at the building. See, look at the building. It's not rotten. It's out of this world. How can we be wicked? And it hurts to see the very people that claim to like Liberia defending evil. We have consistently said this government is proceeding on a way is so confusing. Nobody understands anything. Man, look at
that structure was built by Joe Weir. You know that?
Oh, let me.
Oh, it was built by.
You don't let anybody interrupt you. Don't interrupt.
It was built by Joe Weir.
Yeah, let him end. I know you have sometimes you're forced to defend. Like a problem. Go ahead.
And the thing is, right now you are taking it from 2026.
But let him finish talking about. You don't tell your own, Colonel Gray.
So this is just evil. This is evil. I mean, this is not a speculation. You are seeing it with your eyes. You have the document. It says 4 months from October. Is this a Valentine's Day? Because
the document on tomorrow. The different school. They see nothing here.
This is bad. Imagine what would happen if we did a real investigation across the country. Like we keep saying, this government did not come to rescue. This government is corrupt. This government, they know how to corrupt anything. If you mind Unity Party will steal the entire country. You will get angry at someone else who don't know nothing about it. They are so crafty in being corrupt, and you can see the corruption in a way that it cannot be erased. This is so shocking. This is evil and heartbreaking. If anybody defends this, that person don't have a space now.
I want to say again, on a serious note, we get other schools around the country. They gave this guy all the contract, Kev. It's embarrassing that one person that had $10 million contract to go build a foyer. I think the money gone. You see in the structure of that, nobody know, free $10 million given to the Emmanuel Railroad Union, know it for the government. And just to add though, Emmanuel George, somebody listen to you. This is not a World Bank project. This is PSRP. It's not a World Bank project. They want me to say, yeah, right? They say the IFB stand for the invitation for Bay. People going there for Bay. It's not a World Bank project. So, but this feeding program, the money is transferred to different agency, right? And the minister herself, what we have and what we'll be talking about, in the coming days is troubling. I don't want to do this, but I have to. We owe it to the Liberian people. We've been keeping this thing for too long. I've been keeping this document. I can print them out because I don't want to lose them. Tiwanakai. I can print them out. It's not looking good for the government. Everybody come, go get your own, you eat. Keep quiet. Go get your own, you eat. Keep quiet. That's what's happening. And the Liberian people suffer. And the Liberian people suffer. Feeding program again. We'll bring up more. We want to say thank you. Tomorrow we'll talk about Edwin Snow. Listen, we don't put up the information time for government to investigate. Listen, the government will not investigate. The government is complacent. People in the government, they are complacent. They will do what they want to do because they want to hustle, right? But the Liberian people know what's up. They know the truth.
And CEO, that's where I think I want to give you credit and the station credit. I've said it on the show before. I would say maybe 90% or more at the time. If you bring information on here, there's some veracity to it. You can actually go back and verify and find the truth. So even if we are not saying government is going to act tomorrow, but there's an opportunity to continue to bring out these ills in our society, and hopefully the powers that be are listening. Because whether we support GMB today, whether we support another president tomorrow, it is about Liberia first. We have to put our country first above partisan lines. Thank you. It's very important.
I want to say to all of you, we're supposed to be discussing Edwin Snow letter. We'll do it tomorrow. Alleged reversal of the harmonization. Edwin Snow put this on the floor, clarify the veracity of the reported reversal of harmonization, and 2, provide the specific legal authority or statutory reliance on which such action were taken, if any. Now, you listen to Gafwan, he said they are reversing harmonization. They're going to call him and they're going to listen to him. I believe that's a lie. The law is the law, and it was a law. It was enacted. It was signed October 4th, 2019. Nobody can go because you increase salary, you say we reverse harmonization. You decrease salary, you say no. You got to go back to the lawmakers, and you got to do it the right way, right? So we're done with that conversation. I want to say to all of you, we couldn't get to the TMI, LTMI, and the Minister of Transportation fight, but they're going to the court. They're going to the court. It's very, very clear that they're going to the court. The conclusion of the document from the court, in conclusion, the attempt by Liberia Traffic Management to claim authority over vehicle registration and driver lesson is legally indefensible, institutionally dangerous, and professionally unethical. The concession granted to LTM was never intended to replace the Ministry of Transport core regulatory mandate. The matter has already been conclusively settled by the courts, and any further attempt to revive these claims through political or administrative maneuvers amount to a direct challenge to Liberia's legal order. There you have it. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. To all of you joining us today, we want to say thank you. Yekeze, you can please come on. We want to say thank you, Dr. Emmanuel George. Thank you, Kev Hassan. Connor Ed Remy Gray, the great Connor, we say thank you. Connor, we spoke to this guy yesterday, Gali and Bernice. They should have been on the show, but we settled for Saturday because Russell wasn't available today. You remember the Brooklyn story about the Liberian in Brooklyn? They will be on the show. We have a big show. All of them, Winfred Russell, Nehemiah Gali, and Madame Bernice. They will be here to discuss issue concerning Liberians in in Minnesota, running for those seats. It will be a wonderful show, and we invite you to be part of it. Yeah, I guess I want to say thank you. You produce for us. We appreciate you. Today is your last day producing. We say thank you. Hope to see you around the corner when you come back whenever. Yekeze was moved to another department, so he will not be producing for the Spoon Talk, except if it is an emergency, except other things change. But right now we're having the Spoon crew, addition folks coming on. We want to say, Yekeze, our respect. We are grateful. Thank you very much for being part of the team Spoon Talk. And we hope one day you can come back and join us. You've been a fabulous sleeping person. Today you didn't sleep, maybe because today your last day. We want to say thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're joining us from, go and ask Joe Mobile, who will release all of the other contract, not only on school feeding, but all over the country. Send the government into power. Contract they've been giving money to, will release them one step at a time because it's the best thing to do. So till we meet again, my friend, Emmanuel George, we have Mobile Kessler here. He was brilliant. We say thank you. Hope to have him on some other days. We say thank you for coming, Emmanuel. Kefiko Hassan, have a friend like me. Thank you very much. And Remy Gray, as always, we say thank you. Agela Stamba, thanks to you, my friend. We appreciate you. Tiwanuka, I will give you, only you, I will give the chance to do your closing before we go to
Funfad.
Yeah. Thank you, Stan. I just want to say quickly here, first of all, to begin with what Uncle Sam said. I did not say that it is not the government's responsibility. I said this government alone did not create the problem. I even told Jacob that these problems were around over the 8 years that he worked in the NGO sector, etc., etc. And instead, I didn't get a chance to speak to the land issue. I just want to say that it was an administrative and managerial decision by the president. Howbeit, it was a tough one. We have to admit, it was a tough one to clear that barrack and try to turn it over to the military so that they can restore their infrastructural integrity. It was a difficult one. Decisions like that are not made by weak people. It takes serious, resolute leadership. And that is the reason why, since the war has been over about 20 years, you know, all the problems has been passed down to the next group of leaders, and it's been going on and on and on like that. You will be surprised to know that as far back as 2005, right after the election in 2006, people who occupy government premises across the country, most of them were given notices. And then due to sympathetic approaches and other things, the problems were not solved in those years. 10, 15, 20 years later, the problem is not solved. So we needed a leader who is able to take the bullet. We needed a leader who can afford for people to get angry with them. We needed a leader who would not just say, hey, for election purposes, let me just sit here and allow it.
That's your question, though. See, we understand all that we discussed here. Couldn't this government fund a resettlement, relocation?
That's what I'm coming to. I agree. I absolutely agree.
Is that LDC not on or that your generator? It looks like in foreign country. Is that LDC or your generator?
I'm right here in Liberia. Stand when I leave here, you know. So
is that
here,
LDC or generator?
That LEC, I don't have a generator here. LEC is being stable today.
Are you sure?
Then, seriously, I'm not lying. LEC is here. It's good tonight. It's been bad sometimes. But no, get 15 seconds here quickly. So yes, there is a humanitarian component to the decision that you take as a resolute leader. So we will hope that this is not the end of it. Kicking the people out, the president should have his humanitarian side, and we know him for that. We know that committees will be set up to follow up with these people to try to them.
The people already on the street say we'll be.
Yes, it is a difficult decision. George, we are ran away from his stand. George, we are ran away from his
When you go back to use Joey as your measuring stick and then you feel it. That's why we keep Joey out. We shouldn't use Joey as measuring stick.
That's what I'm saying. He should not be like him.
So
Waka should not be like him. He should go back and restore the people. Do something for them.
Why not be like him or be more than him? Which is which?
No, it should be much better than him. Don't compare Joe.
Say that again. The man forcing to come back. Joey is forcing himself to come back. So why we can't use him?
Yeah, but it's up to you then. I like the argument if you want to use him because you think that he's coming back. So use him.
If you're not coming back, we'll have no concern about him.
You got to measure yourself with yourself, right? Conor Gray. If you can measure this government with this government performance and not on Joey performance, and then ask the Liberian people, am I doing better? Then the people will say yes. But you cannot measure yourself with Joe. Then you ask them, am I doing better? No. I was 6 years under Joe. I was better than 3 years under this government.
The proponents are here making yesterday to look like paradise. So we have to remind them.
Well, that's why you know my new me now. I say continue. Reminding them.
I continue. Then you gotta remember one. You gotta remember one thing, Stan. Let me tell you this.
I mean, I guess you gotta go.
Making them happy. You're making them happy. Every night you can't get an extra time to interrupt people. You're making them happy. Remember what I'm telling you. When you turn back on them, because their behavior will not be condoned for too long. When you turn back on them, they will cry on their show.
You just get into this thing. We've been in this thing for almost I don't know how many years now. You'll be fine. You'll catch up. That's gonna great. You'll catch up.
Let me see a fun fact about Yekezi, man. Let me see a fun fact about Yekezi.
Yeah, we're leaving though.
Yeah, something fun. 30 seconds. Yeah, 10 seconds. Yekezi, look, congratulations to you, man, on your next step in your career. But I just want you to remember, I always appreciate you because my first interview with Spoon in studio was with Yekezi in 2020. So thank you, buddy. And thank you for everything.
Yekezi is staying with Spoon. He's just going to the news department.
Yeah, he's moving on to the next stage of his career. So.
Well, Yekezi, we say thank you very much. Again, we wish your son well. I didn't know you had 3 children, but we wish your son well. I didn't know. I don't want to put a secret out, but thank you very much.
Oh my God.
Thank you. You've been doing a fantastic job. Thank you. And don't go.
He's gone.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to say thank you, Conor Gray. Thank you, Yekezi. Nice being with you guys on tonight.
Okay, welcome.
Yep.
Okay, so folks, that's it. That's all the time we have to be here on this edition of the show. You can join the CEO and his team of panelists later on today for another edition of the Spoon Talk. My name is Yekeze Zobe, bidding you a pleasant goodbye.
Yes, I, a special one. From the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, right at the south.